All right. Hopefully we are public and we are live. Let's see. All right. So we're live. The game hasn't started yet, at least on my end. Let's make sure this audio isn't coming through on you all's end. What's going on, folks? Happy Sunday. Happy Jaxson Dart week 2. Hopefully this is a fun day because we don't know how many more we'll get. We don't know how many more fun days we'll have over the next couple of months because we got the Eagles coming up, then the Broncos, then the Eagles. Like I said, we got the Lions in there. We got a ton of teams coming up that are not going to be as winnable as today's game. And this is like the perfect opportunity. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to edit what I have here. Make sure this Dart picture is at the front. That's better. All right. So we're live. I just heard they're taking the football, but I'm not sure who's taking the football. If it's the Saints taking the football or if it's us. It looks like it's the Saints returning. So like they'll get the ball first. But we'll see here in a second. Of course, Dart. I just heard the sideline reporter say that Dart's going to bring that toughness and physicality. Now we got Jamie Gillen doing the kickoff. What's going on, Carmelo? We got Jamie Gillen doing the kickoff here. And, there's always some shenanigans with the kickers going on. Let me make sure. I think my light just went out here. Hopefully, I don't keep having that issue. The ball bounced. He decided to bring that out, and they're going to start inside their own 10-yard line. Let's go special teams. Who says special teams don't matter? Swayze Bozeman. I actually like Swayze Bozeman. And you all let me know if I'm coming in too loud or like the audio sounds weird. I have my gain turned up today. Just left it up since the last time I had it up. So let me know if the audio sounds weird. But we should be good. Should be good here. So Spencer Rattler and the Saints offense is going to start inside the 10-yard line. Right here at the 9. Under center. Motion the guy outside. I think that's Kendre Miller. Play action. Spencer Rattler's taking a shot, and that's not going anywhere. Flat one-on-one with Rashid Shaheed. And that's going nowhere. Looks like the Saints were trying to get a shot play off or something, and it didn't really work too well. Announcer just said the Saints have been outscored 44-7 in the opening quarter. The Giants haven't done much better, but we did get out to that 7-0 lead last week. So let's see if we can keep that going. 2nd and 10 here on the Saints 9. Hand off to Kamara. Kamara's got a little hole, and he's going to get about 4 yards there. So this will make this a 3rd and long. The Saints wanted to avoid this, and they are already here at a 3rd and long in their first drive. The Saints are missing their right guard. They're missing I'm not sure if Penning ended up able to go, but they're missing some guys on the offensive line. And we'll see how that plays out today because we saw how the Chargers looked with some guys missing. 3rd and 6 here. And now they got a false start. This will make this 3rd and 11. Saints jumped early. Let's see if I can adjust this light. All right, so we got a false start here. And that's Jawan Johnson there, the tight end. Here we go, big 3rd and 11 here. Big 3rd and 11. Brian Burns on the outside. Abdul Carter on the other edge. Brian Burns in the end zone. Oh, and it's broken up by Javon Holland. Brian Burns came around that corner. I thought he might knock that ball out, but Javon Holland broke on that ball from the safety position And the Saints get basically negative yards, including their penalty. Nice zone coverage. This is what I'm talking about. That was the best zone coverage snap I've seen from the Giants. And Brian Burns got held in the end zone too. So the Saints will kick this out of their own end zone. Let's see. The Giants will probably try to come after this. They'll probably put Abdul Carter here to try to block this. All right, they're going to come after this punter here. And Abdul Carter doesn't make it around, but the Giants look like they'll have some space to try to return this. Olszewski's going to just let it bounce. So the Giants will start off at the 40.5-yard line. Decent field position, 52-yard punt for the Saints punter. So nothing on the first drive from the Saints. And the Giants will get the ball at their own 40.5-yard line. Oh, man. So last week wasn't too impressive stats-wise from Jaxson Dart, but he definitely gave us a spark. This will be his first drive here on the road in the Superdome. I always want to call it the Megadome. And then I start thinking of the Fairly Odd Parents, the Demodome. Short throw to Wandale. This is what I wanted. Wandale, after the catch, is going to get about 4.5 yards. They'll give him 5. I want Dart to probably put that a little bit lower for Wandale. That way he can catch it and run quicker. But I like the beginning of this drive here so far. Let's get the ball to Wandale. Let's get the ball to our playmakers. Let's let them make plays. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, Wandale and Slayton. Dart going up the field, and Daniel Bellinger caught that and was down. And now they're saying it's a fumble. Bellinger was definitely down. Bellinger was definitely down. So, nice route by Bellinger. He got tackled. He hit the ground. The ball came out. That's clearly a catch and not a fumble. Here we go. Giants here at the Saints 40-yard line. Scatterwood's was probably going to get his first touch today. Play action. Dart's got forever. And he's going to take off here. And he's going to actually slide. Nice job. Jaxson Dart actually slid. Nice job to slide. Nice job to slide there. Giants looking good to start things off, especially on defense. Offense with a first down. Nice throw to Bellinger there on third down, or what was that, second down? 2nd and 4 coming up. Again, I'm expecting Scatterwood to get his first touch here, and he does. And he's going to drive his feet and pick up this first down. He definitely picked up the first down there. And the Saints stadium person played the Saints stadium person just played the third down thing, but I'm pretty sure that was a first down. And Dave was going to throw that challenge flag because that was clearly a first down. Okay, so it is a first down. All right. So the Giants got a fresh set of downs, 2 first downs to start the game off on 2nd down. And I'm saying two first down conversions on 2 second downs to start things off. The pass protection has been great. Dart is in the shotgun. 3 wide receivers left, or 2. And Theo Johnson, short throw again to Wandale Robinson. He's got 2 men to beat, and we get 6 yards. So, again, a nice, decent short throw. Nice after the catch. There we go. 2nd and 4 coming up. I just thought about it. I wonder what's going on Fox with Mark Sanchez getting arrested and everything. If they got a replacement guy, I wonder how that's going. But 2nd and 4. And we get a handoff to Scatterboo, and Scatterboo's a little bit non-decisive. and should have been tackled for no gain, but ended up getting a yard and a half. So this will make it a 3rd and 3 coming up. 3rd and 2. Yeah, Scatterboo, I mean, should have gone down for no gain, but ended up picking up 2. So far, I'm liking the beginning of this. I think we're moving the ball pretty well. 3rd and 2 coming up. This is a down that you feel really good about with the running quarterback. And we might even hand this off, but let's see. Deep in their territory, right outside the red zone. Dart's got it. And that pass is going to be knocked away. He telegraphed that all the way to Wan'Dale Robinson. And they got a flag down. They're saying he got there early. Yeah, they're saying he got there early on Wan'Dale. That to me looked like good defense. He telegraphed that all the way, and that actually didn't look like a penalty, but let's see if we get a break. And we get a break. So there you go. We get a break there. That was not a... that wasn't pass interference. That was actually a great break on the ball by Kool-Aid McKinstry, but I will take it. And he was early. He was early. So it was pass interference. But that's kind of like a tic-tac kind of flag. That's kind of a petty flag. But Bellinger is in at fullback. Singletary's in the game. And you get a play action. Dart's taking a shot. And Bellinger is going to go down at the 1 yard line. And let's see. Bellinger catches this. Bellinger takes 2 steps. And it looked like he fumbled. Oh, man. It looks like Bellinger caught that and fumbled it out of bounds. Yeah, it looked like he caught that and it's going to go out of bounds. It looked like he caught it, fumbled it out of bounds, but they might just call this a drop. Who knew that Bellinger was going to step up and take over that Malik Neighbors role? Bellinger catches it, 2 steps, takes another step, and then he's down. So that's not even a fumble. He actually took 2 or 3 steps and then put a knee down. So that's actually not even a fumble. But Bellinger usually sure-handed, usually doesn't fumble. Usually doesn't fumble or usually doesn't drop passes, but today 2 kind of shaky possessions with the ball. So hopefully Bellinger can hold on to this and we can start off at the 1 yard line. What's going on, Kenneth? All right. So good start off to this game so far. I mean, the Giants offense is moving well. I'm lucky. We're lucky that Bellinger didn't catch that and fumble it through the end zone. And because if they do call it a fumble, it'll be out at like the half yard line. So we'll actually get a half yard. But if he'd have fumbled that out of the end zone, that would have been tragic because we would be starting off. I mean, we would be giving the ball up. Rattler angered some Giants fans with his comments. Yeah. And the funny thing is, Dart made he made a couple of Saints fans upset with the way he said he had a chip on his shoulder. All right. Let's see if I can drop this camera a bit. I guess I kind of am looking down at this game. But yeah, so far, like I said, so far so good. I don't think this challenge is going to overturn that catch because he caught it, took 2 steps, and then another step, turned upfield, and then his knee hit the ground, and then the ball came out. So if anything, you can't say that that's not a completed pass. So the Saints lost that challenge. The Giants will get this ball at the 1 yard line. And the Giants are coming out heavy. 1 wide receiver, 3 tight ends. Scatterboo in the backfield. This ball is going to Scatterboo. Everybody knows it. And I get spoiled. Jaxson Dart, Theo Johnson wide open. I got spoiled because my fantasy team gave me that notification. But Theo Johnson with his second touchdown. And second opening drive for Jaxson Dart ends in a touchdown. Nice throws from Jackson. Gotta love it. Jaxson Dart's parents travel well. His parents are down in New Orleans. Yeah, Belly's got to hold on to the ball, but nice 2 catches today to extend the drives. And the Giants will go up 7-0. I got the scoreboard back this week, so let's get the scoreboard updated. Let's see. All right. So starting the day in the red zone off pretty good. I'm glad Bellinger and I want to see Fedoni, but at least it's not Theo Johnson. Well, Theo Johnson just got in the end zone, so happy for him right there. Everybody kind of collapsed thinking we were going to give it to Scatterboo. And that's the thing is, as Scatterboo starts to like develop himself as like kind of build that reputation of that power back, that guy that can get the ball at the goal line and fight and get in, these passes are going to be wide open because they're going to sell out to try to stop him. All right, so like I said, good start off to this game. Let's see if I can pull up Dart stats. I want to see if I can pull up Dart stats to start things off. Because I want to see, I think, what did he have? 3 completions? 4 completions? Yeah, 4 completions. Yeah, I think we should get to Rattler a lot. I just don't see Rattler being able to make the types of plays that, again, Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, and Mahomes. I don't see him making those plays. So far, Jaxson Dart is at 5 for 5, 44 yards and a touchdown. That's pretty good. 5 for 5, 40 yards and a touchdown for Jaxson Dart to start things off. He's almost halfway to his game total for last week in one drive. So I'm thinking the passing yards are going to go up, and this may be a game that we just completely stomp out the Saints. But, it's still early, but I'm expecting the pass rush to start getting after it. I'm expecting the pass rush to start getting after Rattler, and again, he's not the kind of quarterback that is going to be doing what Justin Herbert and Mahomes and Dak and Jaden Daniels did, where they're just able to process so quickly, get the ball out quickly to the right person. Because if you could see some of the plays that Herbert was making last week, I mean, the guy was getting the ball out so quickly, under pressure, into the right person. And even he wasn't able to do it as consistent enough to win the game. He still missed a couple of throws under pressure that ended up making them not win that game. All right, so the Saints this time don't take it out of the end zone. They did not want to try to start inside their own 10 again. That didn't go over well for them. It's so funny to me that Jameis Winston breaks up the pregame huddle. And we got Taysom Hill coming out at quarterback. Get ready for some shenanigans. Taysom Hill coming out on the second drive, and I don't think this is a benching, of course. This is just Taysom Hill running some shenanigans. Let's see. Because, I mean, didn't they have Dennis Allen? So Taysom Hill was here with Dennis Allen. He was there before with Sean Payton. All right, Taysom Hill under center. We know this guy can throw it. He can run it. The guy runs a 4.4. He's built like a tight end. And Kamara's going to take this, and you get an illegal formation penalty, and they get a hard-fought 3.5, 4 yards out of it, but this is going to come back. So I don't know if someone was offsides or if they started early or if it was an illegal formation. And it looks like you got an illegal formation. Yeah, they lined up offside. So that was Rashid Shaheed lined up offside, and they're 4 yards off of all of that window dressing is going to come off the board. So 1st and 15 here for the Saints as Rattler comes back in. And again, I'm not sure if Penning is playing today. I'll eventually find that out, but they have some injuries on this line. And let's see if we can exploit it. Here we go, 1st and 15. Pitch to Kamara, and the pursuit looks great for the Giants defense, but we missed tackles, and they get 10 yards. Tyler Nubin luckily brings them down, but we had initial good pursuit there, and we just missed the tackle. Yeah, that was it looked like Darius Moisau just whiffed on that tackle. Just a horrible effort. I don't know if it was a bad effort, but definitely horrible execution on that tackle attempt by Moisau, because he should have him at least make contact with them and slow things down. But now you got a 2nd and 4 for the Saints. And that was just a glimpse of what could happen with this Giants defense, who actually steps up on this play, and he's going to lose a yard with Abdul Carter and couldn't tell who else that was shutting that down there. Abdul Carter and Tyler Nubin coming in. Nice Nubin keeping contained. Carter winning his matchup, and they lose 2 yards, I think, there. And this will be a 3rd and 5, so they lost a yard. So here we go. Giants defense are going to come after them. Giants going man defense. Burns winning. Dex winning. He's throwing it up. He threw a punt. It's intercepted. Javon Holland with his first interception of the year. And it looks like they might throw it pass interference. It looks like that might be a pass interference. Boy. Of course it's Deonte Banks. Gives them a chunk play. So let's see if the ball got tipped. Deonte Banks slips and drags him down. Let's see if the ball got tipped. It didn't get tipped. So that's clean pass interference right there. Deonte Banks just drags him down. And he's going back to the sideline after they keep forcing this guy out there. They keep forcing him out there. Here we go. 1st and 10 at the 50 for the Saints. Handoff to Kendre Miller, who's going to get a yard. He had a nice initial start to that run. It looked like he might do something, and he wasn't able to make anything happen there. Costly penalty there by Deonte Banks, because giving him that many yards when this guy was under that much pressure on 3rd down, it's like, come on now. Here we go. Kendre Miller, 2nd and 8. This time is going to go out for a route. And Rattler is going to throw for another 1st down. Rattler getting a little comfortable now. That's what happens when you give teams free 1st downs on come on, man. Like on BS penalties like that, like Deonte Banks should not be in the game. They keep forcing him out there. So they're going to actually call this a 3rd and 1. Let's see. Saints look like they're running a QB sneak here. And they're going to easily get that. Easy stuff right there for the Saints as they are right at the edge of field goal range. Depending on who their kicker is, I forgot. But looks like they're right at the edge of field goal range. Giants defense is going to have to step up here. 1st and 10 here, right at the 40. Deontay Banks still on the sideline here. And Rattler is dropping back. Taking a short pass. Picking up 6 right there. Okereke makes a tackle. This is not what we wanted, man. Like, all the momentum in the world is shifted because of bad players in the game because he got drafted in the 1st round. We're forcing him out there. 2nd and 4 is the perfect chance for the Saints to go back to the run. And the Giants defense has looked pretty okay against the run so far, but we'll see. 5-man front here. And Kamara makes a jump cut, and he's going to try to fall forward, and they're going to give him a yard. So he'll be at the 32.5-yard line. This will make this a 3rd and medium here. This will be a 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4, something like that. But again, the Giants' defensive line is doing pretty well, and they're going to actually call this a 3rd and 3. So this is way too manageable for my taste. We want 3rd and 5s and above for this Saints offense. All right. Giants in zone here. You got a wide open man. And didn't throw it to him. Threw it to Shaheed on the comeback route. And the Saints are moving right down the field. That's what happens again when you give these when you give these teams these free yards. This is what happens. And this time it's Flott that gets beat on 3rd down. And Jawan Johnson was wide open there. Rattler's going to take off and shouldn't be going anywhere. Picks up a 1.5 yards. The Giants defense has to bow up. Hey, listen, get your heads back in the game. Yes, Banks had that penalty, but at the same time, you got to keep fighting. You can't let that interception getting taken off the board stop you from certain dominance. Here on 2nd and 8. Short throw to Olave, and Olave looks like he picked up a 1st down. Right past Adebo. Adebo has been horrible at tackling. And it's looking like we're going to have to make this a game. Like the Saints are going to take this into the end zone. It's looking like they're going to get in the end zone here the way they're moving the ball. 1st and 10. Inside the 10-yard line. Now we got Taysom Hill at tailback. Or at the 12-yard line. Taysom Hill is going to take this handoff. And Kayvon Thibodeau is going to take him down. He's going to lose 5 yards there. 4 or 5 yards right there. Thibodeau shed and got through and made that tackle for a loss. All right. So nice play there by Kayvon. They're going to call this 2nd and 14. Building a little bit of momentum. They're back behind the sticks. Let's see if we can keep them behind schedule. That's all we have to do here on 2nd and 14. Give up 7 yards or less. Give up 7 or less and we're good here. Rattler's dropping back. He's under pressure. And we get a drop from Kamara. So lack of execution on their part. And they got a 3rd and 14. This is the opportunity to get off the field, make them kick a field goal. We'll see what happens here. And they just missed that being swatted too. But either way, drop pass. Had 2 men in the area to tackle him. So nice execution there from the defense anyway. 3rd and 14. Let's see if we can get the rush going. Let's see if we can try to force a turnover. Because we're not going to put them out of field goal range with any sack unless Rattler does something ridiculous. And here we go. The Giants are coming after him. And quick decision by Spencer Rattler. And he's going to go down just outside the 10-yard line. And the Saints will probably bring the field goal unit out. So we had a bump there from Deontay Banks. Another conversion there by Cordell Flott put them in deep in the field goal range. But luckily they stood up at the end there. Luckily they stood up at the end. So 4th and 8 coming up. 28-yarder. Let's see if he knocks it through. And he does. So here we go, 7-3. Decent start from the defense. 3 and out to start. Should have been another 3 and out. But Deontay Banks had different ideas about it. And the score is 7-3. As long as we keep our foot on their necks, as long as we get back in the end zone this next drive or at least kick a field goal, I think we're still in a really, really great position. Because in the Jaxson Dart era, the Giants have not trailed for one moment in a game. They haven't trailed. So let's see if I can find what the injury report is for this game. The updated one, because I want to see who's missing on their offensive line. The inactives. Yeah, Mark, they both fell, but Banks grabbed them. And that's the thing, like, you can't be too upset about it because Banks grabbed him, but the alternative in his head is probably like, I'm leaving a guy wide open, which is going to give up a touchdown. So you can't be too upset. Can't be too upset about it. So, yeah, that's fair. All right, so the Saints inactives, Cesar Ruiz and Xavier Truss. So Dylan Redunds is there and Penning is there. Okay, so it looks like the Saints, they're only missing Ruiz on the offensive line as far as starters go. And the Giants inactives are Tyrone Tracy because of injury, Elijah Garcia because Nacho's back, Flanagan Fowles is out with an injury. So they got Swayze Bozeman on special teams there. Other than that, pretty healthy besides the guys on IR. Yeah, like I said, being fair, he was falling, so it's probably a good play for him to drag the guy down because he's like, if I don't, and he's probably going to score. Kind of like last week when Dart threw that ball into the end zone for Slayton to get a touchdown, and the guy interferes with him, and we end up having to kick a field goal. And if he didn't grab him, then Slayton scores a touchdown, and we don't get a field goal on that drive. We get 7. So yeah, not too bad on him. Not too bad for Banks. But it's just frustrating that it's in his area, pretty much. Daniel Jones doing his thing. 11-yard pass to Tyler Warren. I was looking at if I was supposed to start Daniel Jones. If I should start Daniel Jones or Jaxson Dart today. So far, they both have a passing touchdown. So we'll see if I made the right decision. I ended up going with Daniel Jones just because I just know he's had a sample size of a couple games where he's at least going to get you a certain amount of points. But maybe I made a mistake and Dart's going to go off. Here we go, getting the kickoff. Gunnar Olszewski is returning. He's reversing field, and he's going to go down just outside the 30-yard line. So we'll start at the 29.5. Yeah, you love it, man. The defensive line is doing a good job stopping the run. We've just kind of given up some short passes, and, that's been unfortunate. It's really at long penalty. But other than that, we look pretty good. Scat is a dog. Okay, so I'm going to be prepared for this next play. So you're saying Scat is going to do something. Hopefully it's something incredible and not just, not just like regular just dog Scat stuff. But hopefully it's something like we get like a huge play. Let's see. So hand off to Scatterboo. Oh, no. Actually, Bellinger with another catch. So this is his third catch, and we're getting 6 here. Bellinger is a new Malik Neighbors. Bellinger's a new Malik Neighbors. He's the replacement. And then they're showing the Daniel Jones touchdown. Tyler Warren. All right. 2nd and 2 coming up. Hand off to Scatterboo. Through the line of scrimmage. Makes a guy miss. Picks up the first down. Right around the 50-yard line. Here we go. So Giants right around the 50-yard line already. Right around the 50-yard line already. 1st and 10 coming up for the Giants. Scatterboo still in the backfield. Play action. Again, Dart has all day, and that ball gets tipped. Brian Bresee tips the ball, but there was no pressure on Jaxson Dart. That's just a good job by Brian Bresee to just jump up and swat it. That's just a good job by him. But other than that, I mean, there was nobody pressuring Dart. He hasn't been under pressure at all today. The Saints' pressure to sack rate is ridiculous. Like, they don't have pressure, but Carl Granderson has 4.5 sacks. Here we go, 2nd and 10. Dart dropped his eyes, is kind of dancing around. He's going to take off and run after a horrible rep, and he's going to slide. And the Giants are in field goal range. Dart did a horrible job in the pocket right there. And there was just nobody there to tackle him after he kind of dropped his eyes and stopped looking. And then all of a sudden, you got a wide open lane and your athleticism takes over. The athleticism just takes over there. Love to see that. And that's the 2nd time he slid today, and that'll wrap up the 1st quarter. Giants knocking on the door of the red zone. All in on Dart. Said we got to get my stream on time. Am I not on? Am I not here? Oh, okay. You're saying I'm behind. Okay. Yeah, like I said, listen. I can try to go through the legitimate way to do things, but I literally cannot run StreamYard on my computer while I'm watching YouTube Sunday Ticket. So my alternative is to move to New Jersey to get the games, or to watch it on a TV. But the way my office is set up, if I put YouTube TV, basically the way my office is set up, I don't have a TV the way I'm facing. It's behind me, so I'd have to reconfigure my whole office to do that. But basically, the streams that I have up right now is basically the best way to do it. With what I have right now. It's like YouTube TV will literally black out if I try to pay the exorbitant amount of money that YouTube TV costs. They like black out because they think I'm trying to stream the game. I wish I could find a stream that was up to date though. I'm usually like a play behind, but it seems like at least with you, Mark, I'm like 2 plays behind, which stinks because usually this site specifically is only like a play behind. Yeah, I mean, I like Dart so far. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say that anybody's our franchise quarterback. People have been saying that, like, we got our guy. I'm not going to say anybody's a franchise quarterback until I start seeing them beat the Eagles and beat the Cowboys and beat the Commanders. I'm not going to say that, but I am excited about what I'm seeing. I'm definitely excited about what I'm seeing so far. All right, so it looks like we're going to be restarting here right outside the 30-yard line after that Jaxson Dart run. They're giving a little tribute to Charles Milton III. Looks like he's a guy that just passed away, so rest in peace to him. Rest easy. And we're still there. It looks like we're going to come out soon. All right, so here we are, 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line. Dart in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers again. It looks like we got Bo Collins in the game, or that's actually Hyatt in the game. Dart moving around. And nice catch from Darius Slayton on Dart, throwing that on the move. And Slayton is going to go down inside the 20, down at the 16. And Dart took off, saw Slayton there, And Slayton with a beautiful catch right there to make sure he secured that. They keep calling it Moxie. Here we go, 1st and 10. Giants moving and shaking inside the 20 again. Hand off to Wandale, and actually is going to be a quarterback keeper, and he's going to get 2, look like. And we're hearing that Justin Reed, the safety for the Saints, is out with the concussion. So let's see if this is a 2nd and 8 or 2nd and... So this is a 2nd and 8 coming up here for the Giants. Back in the gun, 2 wide receiver set. Jalen Hyatt still in, 2 tight ends. Hand off to Scatterboo with a nice cut back, and he's just going to keep his legs moving, but this will be a 3rd and 7 coming up. Nice job by the Saints defense keeping it bottled up. I think Scatterboo might have actually been able to stay outside there. He wouldn't have got the whole corner, but he probably would be able to get better than a yard there. So this is the first Giants 3rd down coming up. Listen, this would be a perfect time to convert here, keep this drive going, put up 7. Who says we have to get off the field on 3rd and long? And it looks like I'm getting spoiled again, but we'll see it. 3rd and 7. Jaxson Dart. Right down the middle, a dot to Theo Johnson. Let's go. I got Theo on my fantasy team. Dude is a dog, man. Let's go. Theo Johnson finally using the big body in the red zone. 3 touchdowns for Theo Johnson in 2 weeks. This is what I'm saying, man. Get Theo the ball, man. Get this dude the football. You say he's our guy? This little thing is blocking your message. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Oh, Mark, you didn't spoil me. My fantasy team is spoiling me. Every time we get in the red zone, I get a notification if we score because he's on my fantasy team. I got Dart on one fantasy team, but he's on my bench. So I think I'm only gonna get spoiled if Theo Johnson scores a touchdown. I think that's what's happening. I'm only gonna get spoiled if Theo Johnson scores a touchdown. But yeah, like I said, so far so good. Like you said, Mark, so far so good. This is what we want. This is what we want. He's doing everything that he needs to do. And let me update this score. Let's see if we can get this updated. 14-3. I mean, listen, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. This is not a good defense, but we want him to succeed against bad defenses. So let's have this be a 2-3 touchdown game. It's already 2, so let's have this be a 3-4-5 touchdown game. Because I've been watching the Saints fan. Let's see if I can. I've been watching the Saints fan on YouTube. And the guy makes amazing videos. I think he makes league-wide videos. But he's been making videos about Jaxson Dart this week saying he had a horrible game and the Giants lucked into the win and the Saints are tailored to win this game because they can run the ball. And he has some good points. But at the same time, it's the Saints, man. Come on now. He tried to make it seem like Dart just hadn't it's looking pretty good for Jaxson Dart right now. It's looking pretty good for him right now. And let me see if I can find that dude's channel. I might even because he makes some good videos. But I disagree with him this week on what he thought of Jaxson Dart. He said the Giants just played bad, but just kind of lucked into last week's win. But let me see. Theo Johnson right now is at, I think he has 2 touchdowns, 2 catches. Yeah, I got Dart on my bench, man. The dude already has. He's got to have 16 points right now. But Theo Johnson, 15 points so far. 15 points for Theo Johnson. 2 catches, 16 yards, 2 touchdowns. Let's see. Georgie and Mandy's first wedding. They can all these Big Bang Theory spinoffs. They just won't stop. How do you make a spinoff of a spinoff? Okay, so yeah, I got Dart on my bench. He's at 14 points. All right, let's take a look back at the chat. Gillen gets him to bring this out, and the Saints returner is going to take this back again and bring it out to the 15 and a half. Gillen doing his thing on these kickoffs, man. Gillen doing his thing. And Dart threw a rocket in there to Theo Johnson. Theo runs that post and just puts that body on him. and the ball isn't even that well placed by Dart, but because you have a guy that's that big, it's an easy touchdown, easy score right there. Here we go. 14-3. Saints here on first down at the 15 and a half. And look at Brian Burns blowing up the run there. Second and long coming up. Brian Burns with the Spider-Man celebration. Dak Prescott play action, throwing it short to Ferguson. Man, Ferguson's so underrated at tight end. So the Cowboys go up on the Jets, I think 10-3 on a tight end screen to Ferguson. 2nd and 12 coming up here for the Saints. I got my alarm going off. Short throw to Shaheed, and he's going to be shoved out of bounds 2 yards short of a first down. Nice job by Rattler. Like I said, Rattler's an underrated guy. I don't think he's of course not on the level of the quarterbacks we've played already, but he's actually played pretty well. He's made a lot of good decisions. He takes what the defense gives to him, and he can move pretty well. So I mean, Rattler's had a decent start to this season. 14-3 again. 3rd and 2 coming up, 2 yards short of a first down. Rattler under pressure. He's going to hit a guy for a first down, 6-yard gain. And that's Devon Vele picking up a first down. Saints going hurry up. Rattler using some hand signals. Again, like I said, I mean, listen. Rattler play action. Another guy wide open. And I think that is Olave. Yeah, listen, Rattler can get this going. He's very decisive. He's a solid quarterback, solid player. A lot more solid than I thought he was before I looked at his tape. And now he's going to keep this on the option, and he's running. He's going to pick up a first down. 3 first downs for the Saints in a row. The Saints aren't going away quietly. So time for the Giants to bow up again. So the Saints all across the 50. Looks like Rattler's changing the play here. Miller in the backfield. And picks up 6 there. Giants got to stop the bleeding. Yeah, Mark. I mean, the defense has been a little bit more aggressive recently. Like a couple of these run plays we've stopped because of some nice run blitzes. But we'll see. Kamara right there is going to be a yard short of a first down. They're going to call him 2 yards short, is what the announcer said. But we'll see what the actual scoreboard says. Perfect time to get off the field here on 3rd and short. This will be a 3rd and 1 like I thought. Taysom Hill coming out. Rattler lined up at wide receiver. Rattler lined up. No one's paying any attention to him. And Taysom Hill is going to pick up the first down. It looked like they might have had him contained, and just a great job by him staying patient, finding the right hole. And the crowd is going crazy after Taysom Hill was making his return and picking up that first down there. Taysom Hill, the all-purpose guy, is a quarterback, a running back, a tight end, kick returner, punt returner, DB. I think he did play a couple snaps at DB. Fullback, he does it all. Wide receiver. 1st and 10 coming up. Shaheed in motion. Rattler under center. Play action. He's throwing this short, and Muasau makes a nice tackle, finally. And he's going to lose 2 yards right there. All right. And let's see, they're showing Burns here in pursuit of Rattler. Slows down Johnson. Makes Rattler have to throw that short. And the Saints have already had 5 plays for negative yards today. They're showing that. 2nd and 12 coming up. Juwan Johnson, or that was Vele in motion. And a nice play there from Cordell Flott. 1-on-1 against Olave, swatting that away. So now 3rd and 12 coming up. That was just great defense by Cordell Flott. And now Cordell Flott comes off the field. We're putting Deontay Banks out there. All right, 3rd and 12 coming up. 3rd and 12 coming up. If I'm the Saints and I see Deontay Banks coming there 3rd down, I'm just throwing it deep in his direction. Ville in motion. Rattler, quick decision there. And looked like Olave fell down, and Adebo almost had a shot to make that interception, and the field goal unit's going to come out for the Saints. Olave just fell on the route, and Adebo almost had a shot for that interception. All right, 4th and 12. This is a 53-yarder. And right down the middle, nice kick. Nice kick from the Saints kicker. That'll make it 14-3. 1 possession game. The Saints staying in it. The Saints are staying in it. Their fans have got to feel pretty good that they are not getting blown off the field right now. They're not rolling over. So we got to keep our foot on the gas. Got to keep our foot on the gas here. Trade for Olave. I just don't see the money working out, and I don't see them trading for Olave because of the injuries he has. I just don't see it. He's had too many concussions. I just don't see it. Here we go with the bots, man. Looks like I gotta get this bot out here. But yeah, I just don't see that trade making sense for the Giants. As far as trades go for like receivers, the only trade that I'm kind of looking at that makes any sort of sense for like a guy that isn't just like a back of the roster kind of guy is A.D. Mitchell. And that's because he's kind of falling out of favor with the Colts right now. He's falling out of favor. I think the Shane Steichen is, his 2nd year? So he's been on the Colts for a little while. So, yeah, he drafted A.D. Mitchell, but he's falling out of favor. He's kind of getting benched today, and I don't think he would cost much. But he is a guy that could be dynamic, fast, and could be part of the future of the team. He's a guy that could possibly be that wide receiver too. But either way, I just don't see it. The Giants already don't have a 3rd-round pick, so I don't see them trading a 2nd-round pick for any receiver. And, what would it take to get A.D. Mitchell? Maybe a 5th-round pick? Maybe a 4th? I don't know. But I wish they would go out and sign Odell, to be honest with you. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think he can still play wide receiver in the short game and intermediate game. And I think he's still very quick. So I would like to see that, but, we don't always get what we want. And it looks like they're going to be content playing this brand of ball, which is going 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, running the ball, play action, run the ball with the quarterback, kind of like 2022 style. But I think we need some guys that can get open. Yeah. Yeah, and Mark agrees. He's a great route runner still. It's kind of like how you see Keenan Allen on the Chargers. He's not the like going 50 yards downfield anymore, but he's also, a guy that can still get open and make something happen as a route runner. This style of see the thing is this will be I think Dart can succeed in this type of offense that we're gonna have to run the rest of the season. But also Dart likes to get downfield. He likes to throw the ball downfield. He likes to he's also gonna have to eventually be able to get out of this because that's what happened with Daniel Jones is that year after he ran this offense, the next year they counteracted it and when he had to just, drop back, read defenses under pressure, it just didn't work out. So here we go, Jaxson Dart starting off where? Let's see where he's starting off. Starting off at the 35 and the shotgun, 2 wide receivers left, Slayton and Wandale. Theo Johnson beside them, flanked at tight end. Play action. Dart has got forever. He's taking a deep shot and it got tipped. It looked like it got tipped. But that ball was in the air for forever. I just couldn't even track it. So Dart had forever. It was a shot play. Took a deep shot to Slayton. And let's see what happens right there. I can't tell. Slayton just dropped it. Yeah, Slayton just dropped it. Slayton just dropped it, man. Oh, man. Okay, 2nd and 10. Here we go. Dart taking off here on 2nd and 10, and he's going to pick up a first down and hit the ground pretty hard. But he looks all right. All right, Maximus, what's going on? We looking pretty good. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns. The Saints went 3 and out. Then they got the ball back. They were about to go 3 and out again, and we get a 3rd down pass interference penalty. And they ended up going down the field and kicking a field goal. And in this pass drive, they looked pretty good. Converted 3 or 4 first downs and kicked another field goal. So here we go. Short pass to Singletary, and we get a drop. Singletary gets a drop right there. The Giants are going to get the ball after the half because they got the ball. The Saints got the ball at the beginning. So we get 2 drops here from Slayton, which that was a very difficult catch for him, but a catch that you expect him to make. And then Singletary here on the screenplay, or on the at least quick route, quick screen. Hand off to Singletary. Singletary should have gotten upfield a little bit better there, and he's going to fall forward. And this will make this a 3rd and long coming up. And I'm not going to scroll down because, who knows what will happen this next play. 3rd and 8. So this is the Giants' first real test in their own territory. Try to pick up a 3rd and long right around midfield at their own 48. The Saints are going to come after them for the first time, it looks like. They're sending 5. Short throw to Singletary, and I would love for that to be Scatterboo. Maybe we would have had a shot to pick that up, but instead, the Giants are going to be 4 yards short. You got a 4th down coming up, and they're sending out the punt team. So this is the first punt here today by the Giants, and the 2nd punt of the game. So let's see if Gillen can pin them deep here. All right, 4th and 5 here. The good thing is it looks like we got good Dable back. I haven't seen Dable like as heated as he is, as heated as he was at the beginning of him being the coach here. I haven't seen him that heated until now. So it seems like when he's like at his best as a coach, he has to be like the coach that just wears his emotions on his sleeves. The past couple years, the guy has been like very mild. Very mild. And I'll say he did a great job his 2nd year as coach to take that roster with all those injuries and DeVita. Was that DeVito? I think it was. Yeah, to take that roster with all those injuries to 6 wins was pretty good. But last year, you just didn't see that emotion from him. You just didn't see that at all. We still haven't seen Hyatt. We've seen him. I think they're giving Scott a drive off. That's usually what they do. They usually give him a drive off and Singletary. That's one thing I don't like about the way that the Giants run their offense is they like to give running backs entire drives. I think you can mix and match guys in. And the way that Scatterboo plays, they probably like to give him entire drives off because of how he plays. Because they know that if you just keep him out there, the guy's going to get into like 20 car accidents that he doesn't have to get into. But you could have used him there on third down. I think he's our best third down back on the team because Tracy played wide receiver in college, but he's not. He's the idea that this guy is a weapon as a receiving back in the NFL has not been proven yet. And Scatterboo has proven that he can catch a lot better and be more consistent as a receiving back than Tyrone Tracy has. So I think he should be out there almost every third down. Until we can get another guy that can catch. And maybe that's Tracy. Maybe he cleans it up. But we need a little bit more juice there. You said he was favoring his shoulder the last drive. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. The guy's always dropping it. But, we'll see. But, okay, apparently something bad is going to happen. And I'm still on commercial. That's the funny thing. Let's see. I'm getting nosy at this point. I got to see what happened. So you're ahead of a Bleacher Report. I didn't even get an update on Bleacher Report yet. All right, so let's see. Mark, you got the inside stream right here. Play action here. Dart taking a deep shot. Shaheed. There you go. Tyler Nubin. There you go. Listen, the Saints have zero. They have one play coming into this game over 20 yards. And they have one play coming into this game over 20 yards. And it was to Shaheed on a 39-yarder. And there we go, giving up a 80, 70-something yard, 80-yard touchdown. Deep pass to Shaheed. 87 yards, actually. Tyler Nubin is a liability. Tyler Nubin is a liability. And the Saints surprisingly don't go for 2 to tie it. But now the Saints are down 14-13. It's up to Jaxson Dart to respond. Yeah, man, Nubin has got a Mark, I'm not blaming that on Shane Bowen. some guy Shane Bowen did not tell them to give up an 87-yard touchdown. Shane Bowen has some issues, but that's a player issue. They have to actually cover. Like Tyler Nubin is just he's not good at playing safety in the NFL. He can't cover. He doesn't understand that safety means being behind. Safety means being behind the defense. Like you should be the last stage of you should be the last person there. And Nubin is not behind Shaheed. Like Shaheed had to stop to catch it. And then the guy is way too slow. The secondary they play some soft coverage at times, but that's this play that we just gave up that's not a defensive coordinator issue. That's a player issue for sure. Like Newbin played that as poorly as you could possibly play that. Like that last drive, we did play a little bit off, but the Giants are towards the top of the league in man coverage. No, they were in man. They were in man, Mark. That looked like cover one, actually. I got to look back at that, but it looked like that was man defense. They're going to probably show this again. Okay, let's see. They're showing it here from the all 22 angle, so let's see what we got. Tyler Nubin is manned up on Shaheed. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Yeah, that's Nubin. This isn't quarters, Mark. That's man. That's man. That was man defense right there. All right, so here we go. Gunnar Olszewski with the ball. Shout out Dundee. His Gunnar Olszewski used to be on the Patriots, and Dundee was a Tom Brady fan, so he knows a little bit about Gunnar Olszewski. But the problem for me is Tyler Nubin on this defense. Not the problem, but he's a problem for sure. Belton is a solid third or fourth safety. Solid. 1st and 10 coming up. The Saints crowd is getting into it. Jaxson Dart so far, to answer your question, done deal is about, 9 for 14 for 2 touchdowns and about 100 and something yards. Hand off to Scatterboo. Scatterboo upfield. Scatterboo breaking tackles. Scatterboo picking up 8 yards here on 1st down. And the guy falls down every time. Like, who is it? Bo Jackson? Not Bo Jackson. Jim Brown. I'm tripping. He falls down like Jim Brown and waits for somebody to come and help him up every time. All right, 2nd and 2 coming up. Shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left. Scatterboo is going to fight and pick up a 1st down. He got hit behind the line of scrimmage and he just kept his legs moving. Picked up a 1st down. Yeah, like I said, Scatterboo does the Jim Brown thing. Pretends like he's hurt every play. That way you never know when he's hurt. All right, 14-13. Giants got an answer here. Back on shotgun. Back in shotgun, to say. 2 wide receivers right. Hyatt to the left. Another handoff to Scatterboo. Scatterboo's going to drive his legs and pick up 5.5 right there. Got to quiet this Saints crowd because they feel like they're back in this game, and they are. 2nd and 4. Scatterboo, after 3 straight carries, is going to come out. Scatterboo so far averaging 5 yards a carry. 2nd and 4 coming up. Theo Johnson in the backfield at fullback or half H-back. Handoff to Singletary. Singletary breaks a tackle and almost falls forward, but is going to be a yard short after Demario Davis cleans things up. So this will be a 3rd and 1. 3rd and a long one coming up. Demario Davis is 36 years old, still playing the way he is. And this dude actually covers too. So they're actually going to call this a 3rd and 2. Yeah, that's a play there where that stinks because Scatterboo probably would have turned that into a 1st down. 3rd and 2 right here at midfield. This is crucial. A crucial down here for the Giants. The Saints defense, the Saints crowd is in it. Flea flicker. Dart taking a shot. I think Dart underthrew that. They're probably going to show that again, but Slayton was behind the defense. Dart has got to put some more air under that. Yeah, Dart has got to put some more air under that ball because Slayton is behind the defense. And I'm not going to be a guy that only criticizes Daniel Jones when that happens. I'm not going to be a guy that only criticizes Daniel Jones. Here we go. Fourth down. Fourth down, Giants in the gun. Jaxson Dart. Looks like they're just trying to draw him off sides. It looks like they're not going to run a play. All right, so let's see what the chat is saying. Slayton was open on the flea flicker, yeah. Yeah, so listen, Jaxson Dart underthrew that play. That was a walk-in touchdown from Darius Slayton. Yeah, he's got to put some more air under that. Definitely got to put some more air under that. But, you know, it is what it is. You live and you learn. Jamie Gillen's going to kick this deep. The Giants defense has to make a statement, though, right here. Because they cannot let this Saints offense that's not that good tear them apart. And that punt came way too close to being blocked. And it's going to get a Giants roll. And the Saints will start at the 17. You said, can we just forget DJ? Listen, man, it happens. We came way too close to getting that punt blocked. I don't know who that was right there, but you got to do a better job protecting the punter, man. That was horrible. But yeah, I mean, we get two deep shots at Darius Slayton today. One Slayton had in his hands. Should have came down with it, but would have been a very, tough catch. But should have had it. And the other, Jaxson Dart just underthrows him on a flea flicker. It was a perfect call, perfect for that situation. They were ready. They weren't ready for that flea flicker, and we just underthrow it. What's reminding me of DJ is that Dart needs to start taking a slide. The thing is, he had two slides to start things off, and then that 1/3 down, he picked it up, which I understand. He wanted to pick up the first down, and he hit the floor pretty hard. I'm surprised they didn't pull him out of the game again because he hit the ground pretty hard there. But man, we got to bow up here on defense. That's the number one thing. They're getting the ball inside their own 20. We cannot give up points here. We cannot give up points here. Yeah, Carmelo, he threw it before he beat his man, but you got to anticipate. That's the thing is you got to anticipate, and that could just be, he hasn't worked with Slayton. He doesn't know where he's going to be on the field as far as his speed. But you got to put it out there and let your guy run under it because you don't want to underthrow it because Slayton has to come back to it. That guy could have possibly intercepted it. If he's like really aware of what's going on, he could have possibly turned around and intercepted it. So you got to put that out. You got to put it out there. If anything, you got to overthrow that. They got another person here that passed away. Nelson Fernandez. I'm telling you, man, a lot of the announcers that call the games in Spanish are great. Never heard Nelson Fernandez. And here goes Mark. Something crazy must have happened. Something crazy must have happened again. We'll see. Listen, but the game is still young. The Giants are still the better team on the field, but they can't make mistakes. They can't make huge mistakes, but we'll see. Because Mark said, oh, my God. And Kamara is fighting. Picks up 2. So I'm guessing whatever the next play is going to be what Mark is reacting to. All right, 2nd and 8 coming up. Shaheed isn't on the field, so you got to, we can't be giving up Burns dropped off sides. Oh, okay, you were talking about the miles per hour. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so Burns jumped off. I mean, listen, it happens. It's cool. I'll take the player that Brian Burns is. If sometimes he jumps off sides once every 3-4 games. No foul. So that's why Burns did it. He's a smart player. He's looking at the clock. That's funny. They were like, "I take it back. Burns did a great job there." Okay, so there we go. So we're in commercial. We'll come out. We got a 2nd and 8 coming up. Let's just take a look. We'll take a look at the stats at the half. Let's see what we can do here. I want to try to get the ball back, put 3 on the board or something before we get the ball out of the half. At least try to force a turnover, or at least get off the field here, because we got a 2nd and 8 coming up. I think we have all 3 timeouts on 2nd and 8. 2 minutes left. Let's say they throw the ball here on this next play and it's incomplete. It'll be about 154 left, 155, something like that. And we'll have 3 timeouts and an opportunity to get off the field. So we'll have time to try to get down the field and get a field goal. Because, man, we got to go into this Eagles game with a win. I can't go into this Eagles game losing to the Saints. That'll be upsetting, man. Can't go into this Eagles game losing to the Saints. And I'm probably not going to look at the chat until we get into until the Saints either get off the field this drive or the half. I'll figure it out. But listen, man, so far, it is what it is. We started off real hot in the first quarter, gave up this huge play on this last drive here. Can't give that up to a team like this that only had one play of 20 yards the entire season. and it was to Rashid Shaheed. So, I mean, if anybody should be watched, it should be Rashid Shaheed. And he just turned Nubin around, and it was all she wrote. All she wrote right there. The dude is not that guy. He's got and that actually wasn't man right there. It turns into man right there because it's a cover 6. It turns into man there the way that Nubin played it. He is crashing down right there. I'll talk about it at the half because we're here out of the commercial here. 2nd and 7 coming up for the Saints. 3 wide receiver set. Rattler taking another deep shot. And there's a flag down. And that ball got tipped. And they're going to call pass interference. I thought it got tipped. They're going to call pass interference on Drew Phillips right there. I thought it got tipped, but I guess not. But it looked like he just tackled him. It looked like he just was tackling the guy. So I was thinking like it must have got tipped. I think he thought it got tipped. I mean, that's way too much contact there from Drew Phillips, giving up a chunk play pretty much. Like you don't want Spencer Rattler killing you downfield. Now they're right around the 40. Giants defense coming after him. Nubin. What a scrub, man. And another flag. And who's that this time? Is that a Debo? So this Giants defense is just giving them free yards. Nubin is such a liability, man. Holding by Okereke, pass interference on a Debo. You can play defense and guard the Chargers receivers, but you can't guard Rashid Shaheed. Come on, man. You can't guard Rashid Shaheed and what? That is not pass interference, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. That don't look like pass interference to me. It looked like he pressed them pretty good. And if anything, that's illegal contact. Rattler throwing this short to Kamara. Kamara making a guy miss. And there's a Debo again. Debo's a problem tackling. Or was that Newman? Yeah, man, this Giants defense is getting figured out by the Saints right now. We can't stop them. We can't stop them right now. 1:43 left in the second quarter. We're going to have to put up points because it looks like they're going to go to the end zone. We're going to have to put up points before the half. Saints in field goal range already. Rattler throwing it short again. And that's a second drop by Kamara. Alvin Kamara just passed Tiki Barber today with 588 receptions by a running back. Larry Centers has 827. I've never heard of Larry Centers in my life. But the guy must have been a GOAT. 827 catches from a running back, Larry Centers. I got to look that dude up. I never heard of him. All right, 14-13. 140 left in this second. Oh, he's going to go down. Darius Alexander with his first sack of the year. First sack of his career. Darius Alexander has been taking his time, and he's slowly getting better and better, and he just whooped the right guard right there. Just whooped him. And that's exactly what we need. We need them going backwards right there. They're going to call it a run, so they're not going to give him a sack. I feel like that was a sack, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I feel like that was a sack, but they're not going to give it to him. But nice play by Alexander because he wrecked that right guard. And I think that right guard is actually an undrafted free agent. But it's the NFL, so, whoop them nonetheless. He should whoop him. Because a lot of times people say, oh, he beat him, but he stinks. But that's what you want. You want a player that you want to be good. You want him to win those matchups against bad players. 14-13. 3rd and 13 coming up. Got to get off the field. Right here in field goal range still. So if we get another sack, that would be amazing. And Rattler's going to get rid of it. And the Giants will take their second time out. And the Saints will kick this field goal here with 1:30 left to go up by 2. All right, so hoping for a missed field goal in this next play. Let's see, I probably missed some stuff. Larry Centers was the beat. I got to look up Larry Centers. Colleges make you dumber. Shout out to you, man. I haven't seen you in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I had high hopes for Newman, and then I saw him play last year, and I was like, man, hopefully he gets better this year. But I just haven't seen it. I don't think he'll be a good player. I think he'll be a solid. If he's eventually our third safety, I'll be okay. And Mark is spoiling it, but I don't care if you're spoiling that, man. It's not for the game. I love that. We're getting good field position. Looks like we missed it. Looks like he's going to miss it. So 52-yarder here after he drilled a 53-yarder. Let's see. And, yeah, he hooked it left. So the Giants are going to get this ball with 125. Let's put up 7. Dart coming back out there. Houston beating up on Baltimore. I almost went and got Houston's defense in fantasy. Almost went and got that defense in fantasy. But instead, I picked the Giants, and it looks like they're giving up their giving up yards and stuff, giving up points. But let's look at Houston and Baltimore. Let's see what's that looking like. Dang, Texans 24-3 on the Ravens. Cooper Rush is not doing too well, I guess. Here we go. Giants with their own at their own 42, 1 touchdown, 125 left. Let's see if we can get a field goal. Hopefully a touchdown. Dart and Slayton not on the same page. That was a dangerous throw. Dangerous throw right there. Slayton and Dart just not on the same page. Dable is heated about that. Here we go, 2nd and 10. Saints looking like they're dialing up a blitz. Should be some opportunity. Get a chunk play here. They're sending 5. Dart throwing it short. Theo Johnson. That's actually Scatterboo. And he's going to get out of bounds. Perfect job by Scatterboo to make a guy miss and then stiff arm another guy on his way out of bounds. 14 right there on 2nd and long. That looked like Theo for a second. All right. 1:13 left. Giants still have the lead, about 15 yards from field goal range. Jaxson Dart hitting. Slayton dropped the ball. Oh my gosh. Slayton, oh my gosh. Why are you letting us down today, man? Why are you letting us down? You're about to give them a field goal, too. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous, man. Like, you dropping a deep pass, and now you dropping the ball right here, man. You just split the defense, and then Demario Davis said, okay, you're splitting us right there. The ball is away from your body. Let me punch that out. Hug the ball, man. Hug it. And he just scooped it and got like 25, 30 yards right there. So the Saints, all the stuff our defense did is undid. Now the Saints are back in field goal range. Right back where they were. Right back after that missed field goal. They're right there. So they're right outside field goal range. 1st and 10, Rattler. Quick throw to Olave. 2 timeouts for the Saints, man. Oh, my gosh, man. At least we get the ball out of the half. Let's just keep them out of the end zone. That's a win for us if we can keep them out of the end zone. 48, 47, 46, 45. Cooks is going to get a 6-yarder. They're back in field goal range. Easy stuff. Yeah, they're just going to take the field goal, it looks like. The way they're winding this clock down, they're not even thinking about scoring a touchdown. 3rd and 1, Rattler gets the edge. Don't let him get out of bounds. And they do. Now they're going to have 19 seconds with a ton of shots at the end zone. And 2 timeouts. Man. The pursuit on this, I can't wait until we get a linebacker that's actually good, because the pursuit on some of these outside runs is so bad. Even from the safeties, it's just bad. And I was thinking that Newman could at least give us that. And that time it was Belton in that area. But we haven't gotten that pursuit from any safety or linebacker. The only guy that gives us that is Micah McFadden. And Jawan Johnson drops that, but it's probably good that they dropped it. Nah, that's a tough catch right there from Johnson. That basically hit him on his back hip. Yeah, that is just a backbreaker by Slayton. If we were playing against a much better team, that's the difference between us winning and losing. And it still could be. It still could be. Olave in the flat. Rattler hits Kamara. Newman hit Kamara pretty hard. Kamara felt that one for sure. Newman hit him pretty hard. All right, 10 seconds left. Just keep him out of the end zone. That's all I ask. 11 seconds left. "11 seconds left, man. Just keep him out of the end zone. First and goal. One timeout for the Saints. Here we go. I'm not going to look at the chat. Here we go. 10-yard line. They have some shots at the end zone they can take, and I think the Giants will take a timeout. So they didn't like what they saw. Please don't put Deontay Banks on the field. I just don't. It's just whenever that dude gets on the field, usually good things don't happen. Man, we need a miraculous play from the defense here. We need like a forced fumble. We need an interception just to stop the bleeding here, because they forced the field goal. They forced the long field goal. He missed it, and Dart is leading them down the field, and Slayton just drops the ball, trying to do too much. And that's what happens. Is like a lot of times you still can do good things moving the football when Malik Neighbors or a star player goes out. But guys like Darius Slayton are trying to step up and be that player and just loses track of the ball. There we go. Nice play by Debo, keeping Kamara inside. 6 seconds left. And they're going to take the timeout, and they're going to take a shot at the end zone. Or they're going to kick the field goal. I think they may trust Spencer Rattler to take a shot at the end zone. I think that's what Kellen Moore is saying, is like, if you don't see it, throw it out of the back of the end zone. So hopefully we can get some type of a sack to hold them away from getting 3. And hopefully we hear, at halftime from Saints fans that Kellen Moore cost them 3 points. 6 seconds left. This has to be a immediate catch and throw. Pay attention to the middle of this field. And out of bounds there. And they'll have 3 seconds to kick this field goal. So decent job by Rattler. I was going to call him Slater. Decent job by Rattler to not mess that up. So this should be a chip shot here, as the Saints will probably take the lead. And I'm going to start adjusting this, and hopefully I get surprised. But probably not. He's probably going to make this. I'm going to go ahead and adjust that so I don't forget. And it looks like we'll go into the half in a game that we should be up pretty comfortably trailing. Here we go. It's the Saints. We gave their first lead. Gave them their first lead. And not in the way that we expected. They have not been able to run the ball. They have not been able to run the ball today, and we have given them way too much offense this first half. Got to step up. And that turnover is killer, man. Shout out to Guess Who for the $2 super chat. He says, "What's up, Diggy? Slayton going to cost us the game." I hope he doesn't. But we're getting the ball out of the half. It's time to get it, set the tone. But it looked like we were going to get a field goal at the very least. And it's just a mess, man. Yeah, I mean, Mark, the thing is, like I said, I don't think the soft coverage is a problem. I don't think we've ran much soft coverage since that Dallas game, to be honest with you. I don't think our coverage has been that soft. I think guys have just been bad in coverage, and they've been they've been so not soft in coverage that we've been getting a bunch of flags. The only guy that I would say is soft in coverage is a Debo, and it looks like that's how he likes to line up, to be honest with you, because the rest of these guys aren't soft in coverage. Let's see. So I'm going to pull up the stats like I usually do here at halftime. Let's go to team stats first. Time of possession, the Saints are winning by 3 minutes. Saints have 47 rushing yards, and most of that is from Spencer Rattler. We have 77 rushing yards. Nice, solid rushing game to start things off. 187 passing yards because we gave up that 87-yard touchdown to Shaheed. We have 110. One turnover from us. That's the difference in the game. No sacks in this game. That's surprising. I would have thought that Dart would have taken some sacks just because he's young and he's held the ball for too long at times. And then I would have also thought that Rattler would have been sacked by now. I mean, I would have expected that, but he's been, again, these quarterbacks we've played have been very good at getting the ball out, and Rattler has been no exception. He's been getting the ball out extremely fast. Some of these passes have been incomplete. Some of these passes should have been intercepted, but we've gotten penalties. And, you know, he's making quick decisions, putting the ball in harm's way, but it doesn't matter because guys are just not covering, and they're getting penalties. How are you getting penalties when you're covering a guy for less than 2 seconds? So that just shows how bad some of the coverage has been by these DBs. And like I said, I don't think it's a soft coverage issue because these guys are not soft. They just can't cover. Let's see. You said you like this team better without Neighbors. Unlimited, I very much disagree with you. I definitely disagree with you there, but you know, definitely entitled to your opinion. I think Malik Neighbors gives a completely different perspective to this offense. Completely different perspective. I mean, it's a completely different dimension that we just don't have. I think that, first off, Neighbors catches that deep pass that Slade dropped. And he probably catches that second deep pass that he got underthrown because he just goes over the top of the dude and snatches it out of the air. And he probably, the way that this Saints defense, like I said, there would be opportunity in this cover 3. I said it in my pregame. There would be opportunity in this cover 3 to exploit downfield. And there would have been a lot of opportunity with Malik Neighbors. And look how well we're running the ball. I mean, that would have had to stay at least as good as it is right now if we would have had Malik Neighbors. But let's look at the player stats. Jaxson Dart kind of cooled off a little bit after only having one incompletion to start things off. He's 11 for 16 for 110 yards, 10-yard average, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, no sacks. 38 yards rushing from Jaxson Dart on 4 carries. 35 yards rushing from Cam Scatterbull on 7 carries, so he's averaging 5 yards a carry. Dart has a 20-yard carry so far, so that's the longest carry of the day for him. Receiving, Bellinger, 3 for 3, 40 yards. Slayton, 5 for 2. 1 drop from Slayton and 1 underthrow from Dart to Slayton that could have been huge game changers. But he's got 25 yards today and a fumble, unfortunately. Theo Johnson, 2 catches, 2 touchdowns, 16 yards. Scatterbull, two targets, 1 catch. One of his targets got tipped. The other he caught and ran for 14 yards. Wandale, very quiet today. 2 targets, 2 catches, and nice couple scampers after the catch. But again, he's been pretty much eliminated. I don't know if how they're playing him, but also we haven't really made much of an effort to get him the ball. It's clearly been a Slayton game, but Slay is just not on right now. He's got to hold on to that ball. Okereke, of course, leading tackler, also not covering, also not whatever. He's leading tackler for now. Adebo's missed a bunch of tackles, but he's in the second place here. Holland should have had an interception if not for a bad penalty by Banks. And that's what we're pretty much looking at. And it looks like we haven't punted. I mean, we haven't returned any punts. I think, yeah, Gunner just didn't field that punt. And then Saints, Spencer Rattler, 16 for 24, a dropped interception or a caught interception that should have counted, but, pass interference. 16 for 24, 187 yards and a touchdown. He has pretty much done what he wanted to today. A 11-yard carry that was crucial. 22 yards from him on 5 carries. 21 yards from Alvin Kamara. The Saints have not been able to run the ball. They have not been able to run the ball, and I was thinking that that's how they will be able to win this game, is they will put up something like 160 yards. So the Giants' defense, number one priority going out of this half, for me, is to make sure that this team doesn't start running the ball down our throats. Do not allow this team to get the run game going, because that will be very difficult. And hopefully this Giants offense can keep it moving, because they were moving pretty well before the half. We just gotta keep it going. And I think I missed a super chat. Shout out to Guess Who again. He says, what do I think of Dart so far? I think he's doing everything that you would expect for him to do. Of course, you want him to hit that flea flicker. But other than that, he's been pretty on the money. He's gotten out of trouble. He's sliding today. I would give him an A- from what I've seen this first half. I give him an A-. I think he's playing pretty well. Yeah. Hashtag cut neighbors. Yeah, unlimited. At that point, I think you are trolling. When you're starting a hashtag saying cut neighbors. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. But that doesn't make much sense to me. That don't make much sense to me, because I mean, a guy wanting a football is what all these top receivers want to do. They all are going to feel like that. And I don't think that really ruins anything. I don't think that ruins anything. I think those guys just want to win. They want the ball. They're wide receivers. AJ Brown on the Eagles wants the ball. Devontae Smith wants the ball. All these guys want the football. They just do. I wouldn't say that we are a better team without Neighbors. I just wouldn't say that. Hopefully this offense can be good without Neighbors. Hopefully. I mean, we got a long way to go. And I think we can be functional without Neighbors, but I don't think that we should be looking to get rid of a number one receiver that's probably a top 5 talent just because he cries for the ball. I mean, that's what all top 5 receivers do. Start not giving them the ball and losing, and see how that works out for you. People complained about Odell, at least he was getting the ball. Imagine how Odell would have been acting if he wasn't getting the ball and if we were losing. That guy just wanted to win. But if you're losing and you're not getting the ball, I mean, Malik Neighbors kind of has a point at that point. We're losing, and I don't have any catches or targets. And it's the fourth quarter. Come on, man. You're not going to get humble out of a number one wide receiver in the NFL. You're just not going to get that. You're just not going to get that. Someone's open. They've been out there. Oh, leak. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Hyatt, even watching. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's just Unlimited's opinion. I don't agree with it, but, it is what it is. But I just don't think Hyatt's going to ever be the guy we want him to be. Just watching him even now, he's getting knocked off his routes. He's getting knocked 5 or 6 yards off of his routes. 14-16, who that's up? Yeah, y'all up for now. Y'all are definitely up for now. I think the Giants are going to win this game, though. But it is 16? Hold up. I think I got the wrong score up then. Because what were they at, 13 before? My math is messing up. Nobody corrected me. It is 14-16. I don't know if you were correcting me, if you were just popping in the chat, but it is 14-16. But yeah, man, like I think the Giants are going to come back for this though. I think the way the offense was looking before Slayton fumbled, I think if we can do that, then we'll be good. But I really was thinking, Raymond, if you're a Saints fan, I was thinking that y'all will run us out of the building. If y'all will be in this game, it will be because y'all was running us out of the building. So if we can stop y'all from running the ball, if we can stop you from like taking over the game the second half, running it, then I think we win. But if y'all get the run game going in the second half, like if the Giants go 3 and out and then we see, a pitch to Miller and he gets upfield and starts doing his thing, then at that point it's going to be pretty difficult. But I think we got this. I think we definitely got this. If they lose they will definitely, he's going to get some time. He's going to get some time. Like with the rookie quarterback, they're going to give him, you got to give the dude some time with his rookie quarterback. First half highlight, I had to use the bathroom. I did not take the bathroom break at halftime. But it is what it is. If we're coming out, then I'm gonna have to deal with it until we get the commercial. Let's see what's happening. We got kickoff. Okay, they're not lined up yet. I'm gonna go ahead and use the bathroom, and I'll be right back, folks. Right back for kickoff. All right. So I'm guessing they just kicked off. Interviewed Dart. Interviewed Dable about Dart. Yeah, Slayton's got to hold on to the ball right there because I'm not really upset with the offense. I'm not really upset with how the offense is played today. Let me make sure I'm not on mute. Okay. Yeah, I'm not upset with how the offense is played today, so I'm not. This isn't a game where it's like Dart should have done this, or it is what it is. 14:55 here, starting off at the 36. Short throw to Theo, and Theo can't make a guy miss, and we're gonna lose 2 yards. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not sure if I do like throwing that quick pass to Theo Johnson. It's not like he's a quick athlete like that. That's difficult. If he can make that guy miss and get it going, then he's dangerous. But I don't think he's that type of athlete where he's gonna catch it and he's not like a Kelsey. He's like 270. All right, 2nd and 12 coming up. Here we go. Dart. There's Slayton, and he's gonna get his 5 yards, and this will make this 3rd and medium. Crucial for me. This is a crucial play right here for the Giants to pick this up, keep this drive moving, to keep some of that momentum because after that fumble, the Saints went right down the field. And before that, they went right downfield. Or they went right downfield, I think, before that. And ended up kicking that field goal and missing it. So, yeah. This is crucial right here. 3rd and 6 coming up. The Saints look like they're dialing up something, trying to confuse Dart. Sending 5. Scatterboo, that ball was way too high for him. Yeah, Darty's got to get rid of that pretty much quicker. Tough. I wish Scatterboo didn't have to jump for that. Put that a little bit lower, let him catch it, square up, and he did. It was just a good tackle. So the Giants will punt on 4th and 1. And the offense is staying out there. So the play clock is down at 7, 6, 5. Dart under center. Looking like they're going for it. Hand off to Wandale. And Wandale barely got it. Oh my gosh, that was scary. Right around midfield. Right around midfield right there. But Wandale definitely got it. Yeah, he just knocked over Scatterboo after the play and got no flag. I saw that too. I saw that one too. Luckily, Wandale is a former running back, and he was able to drop his shoulder and pick that up because that was a tough one right there. 1st and 10, hand off to Singletary, and Singletary's going to fall forward. A nice little surge, picking up 7, I think, there on 1st down. All right, here we go, 2nd and 3. And I didn't get spoiled by one of you all, but it looks like I got spoiled by one of my group chats. But I don't know what happened. Singletary's going to pick up this 1st down. And hopefully something crazy doesn't happen this next play. Hopefully it's something good, because somebody in one of my group chats just said, "Good Lord." Jalen Hurts to Saquon on the wheel route. All right. Play action, Dart. He's got forever. And he just dropped the ball. Yeah, that's a rookie for you. That's a rookie for you. He just dropped the ball. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. That's a rookie. I mean, you can't do that, man. He just dropped the ball. Can't do that. Listen, man, I might have to ask Dart if he got some money on this game, because that's kind of crazy. I can't. It's kind of crazy, man. You might have some money on this game, Jackson. On the over-under for turnovers or something. Because the crazy thing is, I still feel pretty confident, even after all these mistakes. But like, you can't be dropping the ball like that. Can't be dropping the ball like that. As long as the defense holds them to a field goal or less. Which, I mean, listen, man, against this offense, you should not be just like letting them just go up and down the field with no resistance. You just shouldn't. But as long as they hold them to a field goal or less, we're definitely still in this game. But we cannot have these kind of turnovers, man. Like, we're working our way down the field, and we're just dropping the ball. We fumbling the ball, man. That's just inexcusable. That last one was a good play by Demario Davis on Darius Slayton, because he's breaking the tackle and he sees he still has his balance, and he's sort of trying to turn around and go up the field to get like 20, 30 more yards. And as soon as he starts to turn and separate the ball from his body, Demario Davis punched it out. So Slayton's got to secure that ball, and it's his fault. But at the same time, that's a good play by Demario Davis. But once you look at Dart right there, that's completely unforced. You just dropped the ball. Like, I think he was trying to switch hands, kind of like how A.D. Mitchell did last week, where he tried to switch hands to celebrate, but he's trying to, I think, switch hands to make sure that the football is on the outside to where, if he gets tackled and he fumbles, it goes outside. But instead, you try to switch the ball and you just drop it on the ground. So that's just not that's not winning football, man. But it is rookie football, so sometimes crazy stuff like that happens to rookies. The ball just slipped out of his hand. Yeah, he wasn't even trying to switch it. He just is holding it, man. I'd be interested to see now Darius Slayton is sitting beside Jaxson Dart, so I know he's like, yeah, we both got one now. All right, play action. Whoa, boy. Brian Burns swatted away, almost had an interception, and then Rattler threw it again. Illegal forward pass on Rattler. All right, so yeah, that was an illegal forward pass from Rattler. He was supposed to run with that once it got swatted. That's funny. All right, so this will be 2nd and 15 coming up. So Rattler probably made a good decision because this probably will be 2nd and like 17 or 18. All right, let me scroll up on this chat so I don't get spoiled. All right, 2nd and 15 coming up. Giants have destroyed themselves with these penalties and turnovers. And the Saints look like they might take a timeout. So couldn't get the play call in or something couldn't happen, but the Saints took a timeout there. The thing is, Mark, we put together a couple drives. We just keep dropping it. We just keep fumbling. The offense is moving the ball. Like, we're moving it. We just keep dropping the ball. Like, and it's just a waste when you get a 4th down conversion at midfield. I would say the numbers are pretty good. If you get a 4th down conversion towards midfield, I would say the numbers are pretty good that you score there. And I would tell you that Dart probably was on his way to getting not a huge gain right there, but at least getting like 4 or 5 yards on that scramble too. So I mean, he'll fix it, man. He'll tuck the ball next time. He's got to learn that you don't need to be like looking at the defense while you're holding the ball. The NFL ball is bigger than the college ball. You can't be just looking at the defense while you're holding it in your hand and you're not protecting it. You should always be protecting the football. So it's good that he learned it right now instead of, God forbid the Giants go on a 10-game run or something crazy and it's the playoffs and he drops it. Good he learned it now. Or whether next year, who knows. But better he learns it now as a rookie and gets it out of the way than to be doing this, in 2 years or a year. All right. Let me see if I can adjust. I might adjust my camera so it doesn't look like I'm looking down as much. All right. All right, so now looking at this, it doesn't look like I'm just looking down. All right. So yeah, let's come out of this. Commercial break. Get a stop. Put this up a little bit more. Yeah, let's come out of this commercial break and get a stop. And let's get the ball back. Put some points on the board. 2 quick first quarter touchdowns. We got to get back to it, man. No touchdowns, no points in the second quarter. Was well on our way to doing it, but we gotta hold on to the ball. That's the difference in this game. It's possibly a 14-point difference. This game could possibly be like 28-13 right now. Rattler, another play action. And we get a missed sack. What a joke, man. What a joke. What a joke that was. That looked like Roy Robertson Harris or somebody just completely whiffed on that sack. He looked like Rattler was Michael Vick or Lamar Jackson. Like, you can't be pursuing like to miss that bad, man. He looked like he didn't belong in the league. No athleticism at all. 3rd and 7 here for the Saints. The Giants pass rush has got to come home, man. You gotta come and get to the quarterback. He sidestepped that again, and you got another guy wide open. Olave. He's just sidestepping his pass rush. They're not keeping contained, and he's finding guys open. Like, go and you have to stay outside. I don't know if that was Abdul Carter, but you got to stay outside. And there's Kendre Miller making a guy miss. And this is what I was scared of. Now they're running the ball. 5 yards there for Kendre Miller, or 7 probably. And Adebo got stiff arm, but solid job by him to slow things down right there. That's a tough tackle. 2nd and 2 coming up, so that was an 8-yard run. Yeah, Abdul Carter, man, I think that was him. He should have kept contained. He collapsed down, but he just got sidestepped. There goes Miller. He's going to go down after about a quarter yard kind of gain. So this will be a 3rd and 1. All right, I was going to say there's no way that Burns should be sitting on the sideline on 3rd and 2. Here we go, 3rd and 2 coming up. All we got to do, like I said, field goal or less. Field goal or less, keep it a game. Keep it a game. Keep it a game. Taysom Hill taking a shot. Got hit as he threw, and just Tyler Nubin continues to be a sieve in coverage. Just continues to be a sieve in coverage. I can't tell if that was a blown coverage by Adebo. So yeah, man, this is tough. It's looking like this is going to be a 2-possession game. You get a false start for the Saints to start things off. And again, they have an undrafted guy at right guard. This is why these defensive tackles have been winning over and over again. But they continue to just miss Rattler on these sacks. He just keeps sidestepping right. It's like they don't know that he's going to break contain right. All right, 1st and goal here. Hand off to Kamara. He basically just sidesteps like 4 people and picks up a 1.5 yards. Should have been tackled at the line of scrimmage. And with the Dart turnover, it's stuff that you have to deal with. It's just dumb rookie mistakes you have to deal with when you play a rookie quarterback. Ball got tipped right there at the line. And someone's on the ground. Dex has been sick all week. It looked like a DB was on the ground, but I guess he got up. Couldn't tell if someone was hurt. All right, 3rd and goal. And I don't know what's happening here with the timeouts. Okay, we get a whistle here. 3rd and goal. This is really like a 3rd and 9? Yeah, 3rd and 9.5. Third and goal. Just protect the line of scrimmage. Just protect the line of scrimmage. Rattler's taking this shot and he's throwing it out the back of the end zone. And there are no flags. Okay, I didn't want to get excited because I was waiting for the flags. So the Giants defense does what I asked. Just hold them to a field goal or less. The game is still within reach. Game is still within reach. Belton did a great job on Juwan Johnson in the end zone. If I'm Rattler, I'm putting that on the outside shoulder and low. And you probably get a touchdown. But that's, for the most part, that's really good coverage. Saints defense, Saints offense, man, they're doing their thing. Doing their thing. And with the made field goal, you know, with the made field goal, they're probably up 23-0, 22-0. Not 22-0. But you know, they've left points on the board. So again, this is when we got to stand up and snatch it. Got to stand up and snatch the game back. Or this will be a joke. Coverage is crazy. Yeah, I mean, listen, these people have to actually do their job. I think Belton, like I said, was decent in man coverage right there. But it's just, there's just been a couple breakdowns here on third down. The pass rush is running right by Spencer Rattler. Like Spencer Rattler is like some Lamar Jackson, or I don't get it. I don't get why they can't sack Spencer Rattler. Adebo is Adobo when it matters. Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't looked good. Hasn't looked that good on third downs and in the crucial moments this year. He just hasn't. Shout out to Guess Who for the $5 super chat. He says, or they say, time now to turn it up. Let's go, Big Blue. Wake up. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. Dart with 3 exclamation points. This game is still within reach. Jaxson Dart, all he got to do is go down and put 7 on the board. The Giants are back ahead by 2. So the game is not out of reach. We should be able to put 7 up. We've moved the ball. We just have to stop with the dumb mistakes. 2 fumbles when we were at the edge of field goal range for both. Like, that's 6 points that we've left off the board. That's 6 points, and we've given them 6 points. So that's a 12-point swing. You take 6 points from them. They're at what 13? You give 6 points to us. We're at 20. So we're 2 fumbles away from this, at the very least, being a 20-13 game on our part, and it could possibly be a 28-13 game if we don't fumble twice. So we got to stop with the mistakes. The mistakes will kill you. But at the same time, like I said, it's what happens when you play a rookie quarterback. It just happens, man. It just happens. I would say that Adebo probably has been a low-end cornerback 1 for us. That's what I'd say. And Deontay Banks is going to take this across the 20. All right. Yeah, I would say Adebo's been a low-end corner 1 for us, which is not what we got him for. We got him as one of the better corners. We were expecting at least top 10 cornerback 1 play from him. But he's looked like, maybe like the 30th best corner 1, the 20-something best. I mean, he's given up too many catches when he shouldn't have, and he's not a good tackler at all, which is a shame. Here we go. Just across the 30. Dart back in the shotgun. Hand off to Scadaboo. Scadaboo's got some space. Scadaboo's accelerating. Puts us immediately in second and short. And we have run the ball all day on them. This is what I'm saying, is like, without these mistakes, we've established the line of scrimmage. We've established the line of scrimmage. So this is a 2nd and 2 coming up. 2nd and long 2. Another handoff to Scatterboo, and we get a first down there. Can't wait until we get Tracy back. Can't wait until we get Tracy back on this team. And again, Scatterboo again does that thing where he lays down and waits for somebody to help him up. Because I think Singletary is a solid back. It's just like he's not going to give you that splash play. He's just not going to give you that play. Play action here. Dart again all day. And he's going to try to take off, and he's going to get a yard and a half. I would have checked it down to Scatterboo if I was him. But, you know, he thought he could get more yards that way. But Scatterboo probably gets you 5-6 yards right there. So 2nd and 8 here for the Giants. I'd like this to be a quick timing throw. At least get 4 or 5 yards here. They got, 3 wide receivers. Bellinger out there. Another handoff to Scatterboo. And we get 2.5. I was expecting that run play. I wanted to get a quick pass to try to get at least 4 yards, but this will make this a 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6 play coming up. And this is, like I said, again, this is a drive that we absolutely have to score on. Got to keep this game within reach. You cannot be in a situation where you're down 10 points, 9 points. You're just not built for that. We just don't have the dogs to consistently come back from down like that. Dart under pressure. There we go. Bellinger picking up the first down. Bellinger Neighbors. Daniel Neighbors for the first down. He's replacing the Malik Neighbors production. Bellinger wide open across the middle of the field here. They send 5. Bellinger left completely open. An easy completion right there. Easy conversion. All right, I think Singletary's in now. Scatterboo's in. Okay. Scatterboo out here in the pistol. Hand off to him. Scatterboo makes a guy miss, makes another guy miss, and falls forward for 3.5. Man, I'm telling you, a lot of running backs, that is a negative run. The dude picked up 3.5 yards. Keeps us on schedule every time. Every single time keeps us on schedule. Second and 8 coming up. You got Manhurst in the game. Slayton, Wandale, Bellinger. Another handoff to Cam. Cam runs over a guy. And this will make this a 3rd and 4 coming up. And you got a fight breaking out. And hopefully these guys can break it up because we cannot afford to go back 15 yards. And we won't. So this will be a 3rd and 3 coming up after just like a hellacious run from Scatterboo. Like, the dude is just balling, man. He's just such a bruiser. Scatterboo's coming out, Singletary in, 5 wide, spread offense. Hopefully this isn't just a draw, and we actually can throw this ball. And if not, he'll have a chance to run for a first down, and it's a draw. And we actually picked it up. How did they not see the draw coming? How did they not see the quarterback draw coming? How did they not see that? I just don't understand it, how they didn't see that draw coming. Because every time they go empty, I'm expecting a draw play from Dart. Every single time. So the Giants inside the 30-yard line. Singletary in the game. Wandale and Slay to your left. Or Wandale and Hyatt to your left. Singletary makes a guy miss with a jump cut and picks up 4. Again, Singletary's he's gonna make plays sometimes. He's not gonna do crazy things, but he's gonna keep you on schedule for the most part. If you give him a lane, he's gonna take it. That time he didn't have a lane and made a jump cut back, picked up 4. They're gonna give him 3 though. All right. Nice little drive we got here. 2nd and 7. Scatterboo back in the game. Theo Johnson in the backfield. 3 wide receivers. Fake pitch. Short screen to Scatterboo. Scatterboo makes a guy miss and picks up a first down. That time, if he had not gotten ankle tackled, he probably scores. I was getting excited. I was thinking he would break a couple of tackles and get in the end zone. But nice job by Scatterboo to break that initial tackle and pick up that first down right there. I think that's, can't tell, but his name was Riley. I know that's not the Riley that used to play for the Giants. He's too young. 1st and 10 at the 15. Short throw to Theo. Theo Johnson is going to fall forward, and that's going to be a 2-yard gain. Let's see if the Giants will let this clock run down if they'll run another play. 22 seconds. I love to just savor every moment of the game, man. Like, I would hate to be in a situation where we need time and we don't have time because we let this clock run down at the end of the third quarter. And that's what they're doing. So we're going to go into the fourth quarter in the red zone. Chance to go up. 2nd and 7. Say you don't like the dude, he's risk averse. Kafka played quarter. Yeah, Kafka is definitely risk averse as a quarterback, but I think he's, along with Dable, I think they're pretty aggressive with the offense. All right, so while we're here on this, let's see. So a 2nd and 7 in the red zone. I wonder if Theo Johnson will get in the end zone again. Wonder if he'll get in the end zone again. I am struggling right now in fantasy. Somebody must be having a huge game because I got like a 20% chance of winning now, is what Sleeper is telling me. Daniel Jones is at 2 touchdowns. Breece Hall lost a fumble. Has 93 yards, but only 11 points because he doesn't have a touchdown. Scatterboo, same thing. So I need a touchdown from Scatterboo right here. Throw it to him. Do whatever you got to do, but I need a touchdown here. Giants defense has 1 point. That's let me down here. Other than that, man, I'm maxing my team out. I had Matthew Stafford on the bench, but DJ could possibly still get 9 more points. But, yeah, so far today, man, like, the Giants' offense has moved the ball pretty well. They just have made mistakes. And right now we have a chance to go up here in the red zone. I don't know if we're already out of the commercial in the actual game. But let's try to go up here by 7. I mean, let's try to go up here by scoring 7, which would make the score what? That'll make this score 21-19 if we get in the end zone here. So let's make it happen. And we need a defense to lock in this whole fourth quarter because they've been allowing too many yards. Again, this is an offense that has not been world beaters. Our defense has not been world beaters, but still, they should not be moving up and down the field the way they have the last quarter and a half. They just shouldn't be doing that. Like, they shouldn't be doing that. Especially since they're not even able to run the ball consistently. We've just been allowing way too much crap. All right, 2nd and 7. Dart back there with Scatterboo and Theo Johnson again. 3 wide receiver set. Hand off to Scatterboo. And he's going absolutely nowhere. And he dropped the ball and the game's over now. That's game at that point, man. Shout out to Guess Who for the $2 super chat. Another fumble. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Was that Scatterboo? Was it? They're saying Scatterboo was down. Scatterboo is on the sideline. He's heated, so he must have fumbled. Yeah, that's the clearest fumble. That's a clear fumble. And this is 3 times, 3 fumbles. Listen, it's rookies. It's the rookies. It is what it is. Live and die by the rookies. The Giants have basically won this game from start to finish, but the fumbles and the turnovers are killing us. 26-14. What is this, a 12-point game? So the Giants got to get in the end zone twice and hold them scoreless to go up. So listen, man, you got to hold on to the ball. I don't know what else to say. It's unfortunate. They're making it hard on themselves because they have moved the ball all day long. Moved the ball all day long, but plays like that will kill you. It's been a must-score drive all these times, but definitely now. And we need to start making some big plays on either side of the ball. That's the only way we're going to win at this point, is we got to start making some chunk plays. These like 8-yard plays, 9-yard plays, 12-yard gains are not going to do it for us. We got to start making chunk plays because it's the fourth quarter now. And what did I say? I said, well, guess what? I would hate to be in a situation where we need 30, 40 seconds and we just let the clock run down at the third quarter. Mark, that's what happens. It's the rookies. It's what happens when you live and die by the rookies. This team is going to go as far as Cam Scatterboo and Jaxson Dart take the team. And when Cam Scatterboo and Jaxson Dart are making rookie mistakes, which is what you expect, stupid fumbles, stupid things, then this is what's going to happen. You're going to lose games that you should have won because rookies are rookies. They do stupid things. And again, I mean, listen, I said the game is over, but there's still a shot. There's still a shot. we should be up by multiple scores, but we have just kind of given them so many opportunities. And Mark says Banks almost broke one, so hopefully we get good field position. Hopefully we get good field position because that is a mess, man. That's a mess. Again, we dealt with it at Daniel Jones' rookie year. Fumble after fumble after fumble. Fumbles returned for 6. We cannot continue to give that up. Cannot continue to give the ball up, man. And I don't think that these guys are crumbling under pressure or anything. I just really think that. And there's Banks. He's almost was gone, but the Giants are going to get this ball right at midfield pretty much. About, 8-9 yards of midfield? So, listen, we need some chunk plays. We don't need to force chunk plays, Dart. We don't need to do anything that's not what they're giving us, Jackson. We don't need that. But we do need to start making some plays. Yeah, and that's just a nice play by the defender. Scatterboo still got to hold on to the ball, though, but that was a nice punch. 3 fumbles here from the Giants. Let's go. 4 yards away from midfield. Giants got the ball going right back to Scatterboo. Play action. Dart throwing it short to Scatterboo, and he picks up 3. Listen, man, we're still in the game. We're still in the game. Oh, Scatterboo asked for new gloves. So we'll see if it was the gloves or not. 2nd and 7 here. Hand off to Scatterboo. Scatterboo's still fighting. What a dog of a run. Picks up 5 there. Didn't give up on that run and making this short, 3rd and short. Hopefully you all aren't hearing that person speed outside my window. First time losing 3 fumbles since December 13th, 2020. I remember that very well. Very upsetting. Daniel Jones, I think, fumbled twice or something like that. Here we go. 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 in the pistol. Another handoff to Scatterboo. Scatterboo's still fighting. We're a half yard short. Of course, this is 4-down territory. We're going for it. I would just want to go for a sneak here. We should be able to pick up a sneak. I don't need anything cute here, Mike Kafka. Please do not come out in a shotgun. And Scatterboo comes off the field here on 4th and short. I almost would rather call a timeout for him to catch his breath than for Scatterboo to come out right there. Here on 4th and short, Singletary barely gets it. Oh my gosh. I just get so scared on these four. These plays just look like they're just going to get blown up, and Singletary just barely got the first down. And it's just so frustrating because this team, like, they just continue to move the ball. And we just keep just giving the ball up. Singletary's still in the backfield. 2 wide receivers right, 2 tight ends to the left. Dart in the shotgun. 12-20 left in the game. 12-point game. 2 touchdowns will do it. We have forever. I think Dart can do it. And you got a false start. Immediately go backwards. Theo Johnson with a false start. Come on, man. We got to stop with the mistakes. We got to stop with the mistakes. I would say the only thing that upsets me the most is the Jaxson Dart fumble. It wasn't punched out. It's just the penalties today are killing us. The penalties and the fumbles. Saints crowd is in it. They're into it. Looks like they're going pretty heavy man. 4-man rush. Dart throws that low. And Jaxson Dart completes it to Wan'Dale Robinson for about 8 yards there. 2nd down coming up. Dak Prescott and the Cowboys are dismantling the Jets. Cowboys up 30-6 on the Jets. So listen, if we want to stay in the division race, this is a game we need to win. All right. 2nd and 9 coming up. Short throw again to Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale makes a guy miss. Picks up 2. And you get a face mask. So we'll get 15 out of that. Give us a break. It's a hold. Oh my gosh. That was also a face mask. So this will be a 2nd and forever. Luckily, it's 4-down territory. But it's like, come on, man. It's a hold, but it was also a face mask. So those should offset. And you should replay. So we were already behind the sticks. And we got ourselves back in the 2nd and 9. 2nd and manageable. And now we go back another 10 yards. So now it's a 2nd and 19. In this dome, against this fan base, making as much noise as they're making that you can hear here on the broadcast. All right. Let's see. The officials are saying something else. Okay, penalties enforced from the spot of the foul, not where it originally was. So we're not going to be in 2nd and 19. It should be 2nd and 18. All right, so listen, 2nd and 18. We have got to start making some chunk plays, man. We can't hold the ball for the next 3 or 4 minutes. That's too much time. Because one long drive from the Saints kind of messes things up. This should be a game that we're winning comfortably and we have just kind of ruined. But let's go. Jaxson Dart with time. He's taking a shot. Luckily, Wan'Dale, caromed into a defender and prevented him from intercepting that on accident. And Jaxson Dart limping a little bit after getting hit. And they're called another holding play. Dart looked like he got hit in the shin or something. I'd rather Dart limp around out there than Russell Wilson come in the game. It looked like he just knocked knees with somebody, so don't take Dart out of the game for that. Don't take. He just got kneed in the shin. He just got kneed. That's it. 3rd and 18 coming up. Just make it manageable and we'll go for it. Just make it manageable and we'll go for it. Just make it manageable and we'll go for it. Inside the 40. Let's make it manageable and we'll go for it. 4th and manageable, we'll go for it here. 10:40 left in the game. This is not, you got to go for it. With the way the game is flowing, you got to go for it. 4th and 6. This is easy. This is easy here on 4th and 6. Giants 2 for 2 so far on 4th down. All right, 4th and 6. 2 wide receivers right, 1 to the left, 1 tight end. Theo Johnson in the game at tight end. Saints sending a blitz. Dart escaping right. Dart's getting rid of it and intercepted. Listen, man, it's the kind of game that could happen, man. It's the kind of game that could happen. When you got a rookie out there, man, trying to make a play on 4th down, Dart has struggled. Four turnovers, and look at the score. I don't think it's a matter of Dart not being able to throw. I think it's 4th down and he just had to get rid of it. He should have put some more on that though, because Hyatt was open. I think Hyatt was open right there, to be honest. Yeah, it's 4th down. He got to get rid of it. I mean, I'm not. You have to expect this from a rookie. It's like it's a rookie quarterback. He's gonna do a lot of stupid stuff, but also this last play, like I said, is 4th down. He's just trying to get rid of the ball. It's better actually for him to get that intercepted than to get sacked right there, because now they're actually starting in their own territory. I don't know, man. It's some people in the chat that are just kind of just really upset. I understand that. Because we should have won this game. And we still can, but this should be a game that we should be up multiple scores right now. But, it's a rookie quarterback. We're starting over. This is the kind of bumps that you run into when you have a rookie. You got to deal with it. I don't think this is a result of the same thing that we've always dealt with, because let me pull up the stats today. Besides these turnovers, Jaxson Dart is 21 for 28, 163, 8 yards. 8 yards is his average. He's not playing bad. We're running the ball. We're averaging 4 yards a carry. It's just the turnovers. That's it. I mean, we're not going to fumble the ball like 4 or 5 times every week. This is just a game that we should have won, and we're going to look bad next week against the Eagles and then the Broncos. But it just is what it is with a rookie quarterback and a rookie running back too. And I'm glad, like I said, he threw an interception, because now they're starting at their own 5-yard line. All right, keep contained. This defense has a tendency to fold at the end of games, running the ball. You have held them contained forever. All right, so Dart escapes right. They're showing the play all 22. Okay, so yeah, Hyatt wasn't really open. I thought that he was running a crossing route, but he wasn't open. But again, Malik Neighbors probably makes a couple of these plays or gets wide open, and that's the difference in the game. Another run. And there you go. Dre Miller at the end of the game, and this is what I'm saying. You don't want this team all of a sudden able to run the ball. This is what happens every week with the Giants is they stop the run, and then all of a sudden they start giving up these big runs. So 8:55 left. The Giants defense has got to make a big play. They got to make a big play. This Saints team has not won. Let me see, since maybe like November or October last year. So they're charged up. And there goes Miller. Like again, all of a sudden y'all are collapsing in the run game. You see, all of a sudden they can't stop the run. So I gotta see, is it guys are they're just all of a sudden just getting. Well, where it happens is they stop tackling in the fourth. And you can't say that like, this team. You can't say, this team has been established in the run and they're just beat up now. They haven't. They haven't even been trying to run the ball the majority of this game. They just can't tackle at the end of this game. So they'll be a yard short. This would be 3rd and 1. And I'm sure they'll go back to the run and pick up this first down. And this really should be a game that we're up by 10 points right now. But, the fumbles will destroy you, man. The fumbles have really just destroyed us. All right, Roy Robertson Harris. That's Rattler 1-on-1. And Taysom Hill is going to go down right at the first down marker. Right at the first down marker is where it looked like he went down, but they're giving them a bad spot. They're giving them a bad spot there. Because it looked like he picked up the first down, to be honest with you. All right, let's see. They're going to have a virtual measurement to see this. But again, that spot looked bad to me. It looked like they moved that ball back a half yard. And a lot of people in Underdog, I put money down on us being. All right, it's 4th down. So we'll see if the Saints come out and sneak this. I would think Kellen Moore would leave this team out there. I would think Kellen Moore would leave this offense out there. Listen, man, this is okay. So they're punting this, it looks like, but do not jump. There's nothing that you're going to gain. You're not going to block the punt. You're not going to gain anything. So Taysom Hill is the personal protector. Do not jump off sides. There's nothing that you're going to gain from jumping off sides here on 4th and inches. All right. Gunnar Olszewski actually catches this. I was so scared that somebody was going to muff that the way how short it was. But the Giants are going to get the ball almost at midfield again. Listen, folks, I'm not giving up on the game. 6 minutes left. Need some big plays. Need a stop. But I'm not giving up on the game yet, folks. 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left, folks. I mean, like I said, I understand wanting to get rid of Shane and Dable, but at the same time, it's like, I don't understand how this, and I'm not even saying this has changed your perspective, Greeny, but I just don't understand how this game could be like reflected on the coaching staff or the GM, because our two players that have kept us in this game, as far as on offense, as far as us moving the football, have been the two guys that have fumbled the ball in crucial moments. And then Darius Slayton fumbles the ball trying to make something out of nothing. So these are player errors right here. Like you don't think they coach this rookie running back and coach these guys to hold on to the ball. These guys are just trying to do too much, not being cognizant of where the ball is, and they fumble. And it's just that simple, to be honest with you. I mean, they just got to lock in. They got to hold on to the ball. And luckily we get that stop right there because, like I said, there's over 6 minutes left. If we score a touchdown, all we need is a 3-and-out from the defense. That's all we need is a 3-and-out from the defense if we score a touchdown. And we're right back in it. We get the ball, a touchdown wins it. So this is, these are chances where we get to see what our quarterback is made out of. This is what we get to see. Even if we lose this game, I mean, we'll get to see what it's made out of. We get to see how it plays out. This is his second NFL game. This is Scatterboo's, fifth NFL game. These guys are going to make huge mistakes. And the defense has not shown up. They've shown up to a certain extent, but they have not shown up to the point to where they have not sacked Rattler. They've missed multiple sacks. They took a turnover off the board. They've committed penalties. The defense has not helped them out. You got to help the rookie quarterback out like they did last week. You don't have to get two interceptions that are in the 5-yard line when they get returned, but you got to help the guy out. Dart taking a deep shot. Jalen Hyatt gets interfered with, and there's no flag. No flag. Hyatt got interfered with for sure. And they just didn't throw the flag. You can't prevent the receiver from going after the ball. All right, 2nd and 10. 6:24 left in this game. Like I said, we got to get, if we get in the end zone with 4 minutes left or more, we should be fine. Bo Collins with his first NFL catch. Let's go. Let's go. Keep it moving. Hurry up. 6:15 left. I want to get in this end zone with 4 minutes or more left on the clock. 4 minutes or more left on the clock. Third and 3 coming up. Dart. Barely misses Bo Collins coming across wide open under pressure that time. That was one of the first, maybe he's been pressured like 2 or 3 times today. And that was a crucial pressure because he had Bo Collins open, and Bo Collins could have caught that and maybe ran out of bounds. Fourth and 3 coming up. Now, this is actually for the game. 5 minutes left and 53 seconds left. This is for the game. 4th and 3 coming up right around midfield. Saints dialing up a blitz. Dart taking off. Dart picking up a first down and stretched the ball out when he was way past the first down marker. Luckily, that didn't get punched out. Got to keep the hurry up going. Nice cut from Dart, but, he would have had the first down regardless. 1st and 10 coming up right around midfield. That crowd is quieted down a bit. Free play, and Theo almost comes down with it. That was a nice attempt at a catch from Theo Johnson, but it's the guy offsides. And Darius Slayton is hurt, and this is what I mean when I say you have to go illegal shift offense two penalties on the offense. So that was not a free play. It was actually a holding call. And if that play had been intercepted, it would have been an interception that counted. And that time, Illuminor biting us right there. 1st and 20. 90 penalty yards here from the Giants. First and 20, no Slayton, Bo Collins, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Jalen Hyatt out there. And that's what you give your rookie quarterback. And we want to get rid of Slayton. What is going on with these penalties, man? Jalen Hyatt is getting interfered with on these long balls, and you're just not. Hyatt's got to catch that though. Still, man, like it hit you in your hands, it hit your chest. Whatever. Okay, I'm not asking for the plays for the refs to bail us out. 2nd and 20 coming up. Still out there, Hyatt. Bo Collins, Wan'Dale Robinson. This is what you give your rookie quarterback. Another interception. That was a nice interception by Kool-Aid. And that's game. That was a nice interception by Kool-Aid, and that's probably game right there. I'd like to see that playback to see if Collins stopped on the route. He stopped on the route. He stopped on the route. Like he stopped on the route, man. Like Bo Collins didn't run the route. He literally didn't run the route. So apparently, Taysom Hill is going to go down behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, the Giants kind of choked this game away. Like, they kind of choked this game away completely. And I don't know what's going on with my... Okay, never mind. Yeah, Theo looked pretty good today. But, yeah, they kind of gave this game up, man. Like, we were up 14-6 and... just didn't do anything after that. Gave them the ball a bunch of times. And I hate to say I told you so. I hate to say it. Lil Jordan Humphrey should have been elevated. He was a guy that had chemistry with Jaxson Dart. But they decided to go into this game with basically 3 receivers. And the Giants defense is doing what I wanted them to do, which is get them 3, get them a 3 and out. And this could have been the play. These could have been a couple plays to get the Giants back on the board. These could have been the plays for Jaxson Dart to get the ball back down by 6 points or 5 points and be able to get this and go up and win the game. But again, he stopped on his route. There's no what is Jackson supposed to do right there? Bo Collins is an undrafted free agent. He shouldn't be on the team. He literally stopped on the slant, man. Like, this is the type of things that make me mad with this regime. This is the types of things that make me mad with Joe Shane and Brian Dable. Is you look at what you have on this team at wide receiver and you don't do anything. Big surprise, Darius Slayton has a hamstring. Big surprise. Like, big surprise. And Olave is asking the ref, like, why why he blew the play dead when Drew Phillips literally ran up to Olave and picked his hands up and didn't touch him, so he was down. But yeah, man, it's like the fact that you can sit here and have Neighbors go out and you do nothing to address the wide receiver position is baffling to me. It's like you're okay with Bo Collins and Jalen Hyatt out there at receiver. Like, you're okay with that. That's okay. Where's the pressure from this line? That's a good question. I'm gonna look back at this game. There was pressure early on in the game. Yeah, there was pressure early on in this game, like I said. But Rattler just sidestepped it. But also, this defense has been on the field so much in this fourth quarter that, I mean, they probably are starting to get gassed. I feel so bad for these Giants fans that said, like, oh, this will be a this will be a game that we can go to get a nice vacation and get a win. Is you don't even get like a fun game. You get a game where you should have won and you literally just give the game up. And you got a guy wide open for a first down there. Deonte Banks on third down. You sub in Deonte Banks every third down. You sub in Deonte Banks every third down. We sub in Deonte Banks every third down. That to me, like from a coaching standpoint, is idiotic. You sub in Deonte Banks every third down. It's got to be blackmail. You're right. It's got to be blackmail unlimited. It's got to be. We got 4 minutes left, but I'm probably gonna start with my post game, because anything that happens after this is gonna be garbage time unless they fumble the snap right here. Like, unless they fumble and we return it for a touchdown, or like they try to go for this on third down and we get an interception for a touchdown, we lost this game. And I mean, I just don't understand the line of thinking that Unlimited had as far as saying that like we should get rid of Malik Neighbors, because yeah, I just don't see it. But yeah, man, like I said, let's see. I'm gonna let a couple of these plays go. 3 minutes left. Yeah, they're not coming back. 2 touchdowns here. Taysom Hill keeping this. And good to see the Giants defense still fighting. This is a very, very pitiful game. Unlimited says, yeah, got to get rid of Neighbors. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to hit record. I'm going to do my normal post game. Hyatt, man, he's got to go, man. Like, it's a joke that Jalen Hyatt has stayed on his team as long as he has and done nothing. Like, he's done nothing. And the coaching, like, whether it's his fault or the coaching staff's fault, the fact that he has done nothing and he continues to, like, stay on this team, and we continue to hear that there are teams that want to trade for him, and now they're fighting. And it looks like the Giants might try to... The thing is, Mark, he may have been able to get open if he actually ran the slant route. All right, 2 minutes left. The Giants are not going to score 12 points in 2 minutes. So no matter what they do when they get this ball back, I'm going to start my post game. What's going on, folks? D546, and this is definitely A disappointing game, to say the least. Right now, we got about 2 minutes left. We just hit the 2-minute warning. And, I mean, what can I say? What can I say? This is, like I said, a disappointing game. I'm going to pull up some of these stats because the Giants should have won this game. This is one of the first games I could honestly say in a little while where like we lost and it wasn't because of like how bad the team was. This is like us literally losing because of mistakes. The Giants ran for 136 rushing yards today. We had 167 passing yards. Did we have any sacks? Did that take anything back? Let's see. Dart had 163 passing yards. So, yeah, I mean, we had 160 something passing yards. We won the time of possession, it looks like. The biggest things that stand out in this game is 7 penalties for, I think it was 90 yards, and the 5 turnovers. Now, one of the turnovers didn't really matter because it was Dart on 4th down, and he threw it deep, and it actually helped us because instead of them getting the ball at the 40-yard line, they got the ball at their own 5. So I was fine with that, but the 3 fumbles were egregious. So Darius Slayton catches the ball, is fighting for some extra yards and gets it punched out when we are at this point, I think still up at the end of the half. We're up 14-13, and we are going down the field to either kick a field goal to go up 17-13 or to score a touchdown. It looked like where we were moving the ball, it was going to be a touchdown, and you know we miss out on that because Darius fumbles, and I'm like, okay, cool. The defense holds them, I think, to a field goal, and they go up in the half 16-14. We come out of the half, put together another good drive, and we get to the edge of the red zone, and Dart throws the ball on the ground, just drops the ball. And, you know, they go down the field, and I say our defense, all they got to do is hold them to 3. They hold them to 3, and we go down 19-14. So I'm like, we're still very much in the game. And then we get the ball back again. We go right back down the field. Again, right back down the field. And Cam Scatterbo fumbles the ball, and we see him yelling at somebody on the sideline about his gloves. So I don't know if it's really an equipment issue or he's just saying that was, you know, his fault. That was the gloves' fault. That I don't know. But 3 fumbles destroyed this game. And then at the end, when we're trying to stage a comeback, you got Illuminor holding people that he was able to block the whole game. Jaxson Dart for 3 quarters was sitting back there making coffee, you know, chilling, making coffee, cooking chicken fingers, all types of stuff in the pocket. And then in the 4th quarter, Illuminor and Runyon and all these guys are just holding all of a sudden. There was no pass rush the entire game until we got to the 4th quarter. So it's just upsetting here. Like I said, the biggest thing are fumbles. Without these fumbles, we win this game. There's no doubt in my mind. We gave them a touchdown on one of them. We gave them 2 field goals on the other. And it's just inexcusable. It's just inexcusable. And the line for this game that I put down money on underdog that the line for this game was 3.5 points. And we were underdogs, 3.5 points on underdog. And I'm thinking there's no way we lose by more than, you know, if we lose, it's going to be like a field goal. But no, we lost this game straight up because we fumbled the ball 3 times. And towards the end of the game, Jaxson Dart throws a slant route with timing to Bo Collins, who I've said a million times, what has Bo Collins done to receive a roster spot on the Giants? I continue to repeat myself. What has he done to receive a roster spot on the Giants? He made some catches in T-shirts and shorts in practice. That's all he did was make some catches in T-shirts and shorts and make 1 catch over the top from Russell Wilson. Besides that, he has done nothing to make this team. Jalen Hyatt in preseason did nothing to make this team. They both were gifted roster spots. Lil Jordan Humphrey doesn't make the team. Montrell Washington didn't make the team. 2 guys that have shown that they could be reliable targets in the preseason, and 2 guys that have shown that they could be at least 4th, 5th receivers in the NFL and have shown that they could do that. Both got cut. Montreal Washington cut. Lil Jordan Humphrey cut. We keep Jalen Hyatt and Bo Collins. Guess what they do when you get out there? Nothing. Nothing. They provide nothing at wide receiver. They provide nothing at wide receiver. Where we literally have Wan'Dale Robinson in the tight end and two literal mannequins lined up on both sides because Darius Slayton pulls a hamstring. Is that a surprise that Darius Slayton's hamstring gives out? How many times has that happened? And I took my thing off, and it looks like we're driving down the field again. It looks like we're driving, but at the same time, you're not surprised that Slayton pulls a hamstring. There's nothing about that that's surprising. We go deep to Hyatt twice, and he's so busy trying to make sure that he forces the pass interference call, which he should have gotten both. But he's so busy trying to force that call that he's not even attacking the football. So Dart's throwing this to Scatterboo right now. Scatterboo's getting some yardage. And Scatterboo should have gotten out of bounds, but who cares? The game's over. It looks like they might score a last-minute touchdown. Looks like they might score a last-minute, and they just tried to intercept Jaxson Dart's spike. But this game should have been won. It should have been won easily. The Saints didn't necessarily outplay us. They didn't really affect our quarterback from a pass rush standpoint. They didn't really. They had a couple of nice drives where they had a couple of 9-yard plays, 10-yard plays, and then of course they had that huge shot play. But other than that, this is a game that the Giants should have won, that they just pretty much gave up. And I'm just, like I said, taking a look at this game as I'm wrapping this up. But the score may change from 26 to 21, which wouldn't change the spread. I mean, it wouldn't change the spread for the bettors. But it's just disappointing today. Just disappointing because this is a game we should have won. A lot of people are going to blame coaching, and I'm not necessarily ready to blame the coaching staff for this loss, but what I will do is I will blame the coaching staff for not elevating Lil Jordan Humphrey. I will blame the coaching staff as Dart tried to throw a fade at Theo and he just got strapped up. I will blame the coaching staff for not, and that's partially the GM, not working out Odell, not working out any other receivers besides some like special teamer for the Packers. We didn't do anything to address the wide receiver position. And for us to be in a situation where we were one injury away from Bo Collins and Jalen Hyatt being out there every snap is malpractice. That's malpractice. You don't do that to your rookie quarterback. And we're going to have to do this next week for the Eagles. Because let's say we go out and we do sign Odell Beckham. Do you think this guy at his age is going to be ready to play on Thursday? Maybe you could have signed a dude this past week and he'd be ready to play on Thursday. But now he's not going to be ready to play Thursday. Slayton isn't going to be ready to play Thursday. And you're going into Philly with Bo Collins, Jalen Hyatt on the outside, and Wan'Dale in the slot. Good luck with that. Good luck with that with a rookie quarterback. But again, this is a game, I'm going to repeat myself one more time. This is a game that the Giants should have left out of with a win by probably 2 scores. But because of Jaxson Dart literally dropping the ball, like oopsie, dropping the ball, Darius Slayton fumbling while we were in field goal range, and Singletary fumbling. Not Singletary. Why Singletary catch a stray? And Scatterboo fumbling while we were in field goal range loses us the game because that got returned for a touchdown. And it's just a shame. So I'm here on 4th and 9. Jaxson Dart. We'll see if we get a nice garbage time touchdown and the Giants false start. And that's, where you start talking about coaching, because it's the end of the game. Your team's trying to come back, and you get false starts. You get holding calls in Illuminor, man. I've been trying to get you re-signed, but today was not a good game for Illuminor. Today is not a good game for Illuminor. He'd had a horrible game today. He had a horrible game. So I'm gonna wrap this video up, and we'll see you tomorrow for the post game and actual, taking a deeper look. All right, so back in the stream. There's another flag. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Didn't miss anything as far as any super chats. David, the difference is they have a generational coach for the 49ers, and they have a GM that actually drafts and gets depth pieces that fit his system. That's the difference. But even then, you saw the 49ers miss the playoffs multiple times because their entire roster keeps getting injured. Dart escaping, Dart extending the play. Dart is going to have to throw it. And you get a drop from Wandale again. So that's game. Man, this is just annoying. This is a game that we should have won, but like I said, it's what you deal with when you have rookies out there. And Maximus, let's see. I wanted to highlight Maximus' deal. What happened with this roster from last week and this one with this team? It's literally the mistakes that three players made. It's Jaxson Dart dropping the ball, it's Slayton not securing it, and it's Scatterboo dropping the ball. That's really it. That's the difference, because this team wins the game if they hold on to the ball. They win the game. Like, there's no doubt about it. They gift wrapped a win for Spencer Rattler. We gave this dude that's 0-10 his first win. They gift wrapped it for him. If we don't fumble 3 times, we're all sitting here. Probably Jaxson Dart probably has 4 touchdowns and like 220 something yards. And we're probably here talking about how Jaxson Dart is the truth and he's our franchise quarterback and we found him and we're all pumped up. That's what would happen if these guys didn't fumble the ball. Is people will be talking nonstop about how great Jaxson Dart was and how great the team looks. That's the difference in the game. So I mean, it's really just unforced error from Dart, but forced errors, but errors nonetheless from Slayton and Scatterboo. That's the difference in the game. We probably scored touchdowns on all 3 of those drives. And if not, we scored touchdowns at least once, which means that we would have gotten to 20 points. And without the fumbles, this Saints offense doesn't get to 20 points. And now they're showing the end of this Eagles game. Hopefully they lose. It's not like it's going to make a difference for us, but hopefully they lose. Another problem is the penalties. Yeah, that's a big problem. That's a big problem too. Is the penalties, man. We're averaging 80 yards a game. Oh man, the yawns are coming back. I always yawn when the team's back. But that's another problem, is that the injuries, the penalties. The penalties are costing us 80 yards a game in penalties. It's bad. Way too many penalties. Deonte Banks continues to get these reps every 3rd down, and we wonder why we're bad on 3rd down. It's one thing having Deonte Banks play at this stage of how bad he's been, but it's another thing having him play and he's out of rhythm because he hasn't played the first 2 downs. And you say, Deonte, go in there. Cordell Flott, you've been looking good this game. Cordell Flott, why don't you come out of the game and you play, and Deonte Banks, you play 3rd down. We're giving them a different look. We're going to put in Deonte Banks on 3rd downs to get him a different look. I mean, everybody in the stadium knew where the ball was going once Deonte Banks is lined up on Raheem Shaheed in the slot. especially in the slot. Like at this point, Deontay Banks is probably he should just stay as a returner. He should just be a returner. Like if you want to get your value out of him and you say you don't want to waste the money, he's decent at returner. He's not fumbling on returns. He's decisive. He gets up the field. Let him play returner. Maximus, if you don't want to see excuses, man, you're watching the wrong team because there's going to be excuses. They're going to be like, oh, what if these rookies just clean some things up? They hold on to the ball, you win the game. This isn't like I said, this is a strange game because it's infuriating for us. But at the same time, it is the truth. If the Giants just hold on to the ball, we literally gifted them the game. We gave them 7 points. Take away 7 from this is a 4-point game. And then we gave them 2 more fumbles, gave them another 6. So, yes, we did gift them the game. Like, this is not a game that we were the worst team. This is just we fumbled the ball away. And you can't really blame fumbles on coaching because fumbles haven't even been an issue for this year. They haven't even been an issue for this year for this team. So the fumbles were on these players. The some of the defensive issues, like Deontay Banks being in the game, is on coaching. Not having any more receivers is on Joe Shane at the end of the game, but it shouldn't have even come to there. We should have won this game easily, and Slayton shouldn't have had to worry about popping a hamstring because Slayton should have just, and look at Nick's taking off. Slayton should have just held on to the ball, and we should have been up by 10 points, and Slayton could just be relaxing the rest of the game. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You by the rookies, you take the good, you throw out the bad. That's what I say. You take the good, you throw out the bad for rookies. The next season, if you still see the bad, and you start to take note of it and say maybe he can fix it this season. The third season, if he's still bad and the bads are starting to outweigh the good, then he's done. I gave Daniel Jones 4 years before I started saying he had to go. I literally gave him 4 years or 3.5 years before I started saying that Daniel Jones had to go. And then people just say, oh, Daniel Jones, blah, blah, blah. And this is what I'm saying, people. If you look at the game today, the offense moved up and down the field. The offense didn't score 30 points because we fumbled 3 times. I don't think you can blame that on coaching. I think you can, like I said, I think you can blame Deontay Banks being in the game on third downs on coaching. I think you can blame a lot of things on coaching. But as far as the offense not scoring more points, that's a direct result of these guys deciding that they weren't going to secure the ball. That's not. I know for a fact that Brian Dable. It hasn't been an issue this year, guys holding on to the ball, is what I'll say. So if this was like a reoccurring thing where it's like every game you see a guy fumbling the ball and we just keep at that point, yes, it's a big issue. It's a coaching issue. But for these guys to fumble 3 different times today, that's what loses the game. And then add on 90 yards of penalties, which is coaching. And that prevented us from coming back because we kept having, false starts, holding penalties, just bad penalties. But, I mean, overall, I do agree that coaching is the higher level problem with this team. But I don't think it was a problem today. Because today the coaching was kind of humming. If it was just up to the coaches and these guys executed what the coaches called, then the Giants, again, would have been up probably like 28-13. And like at the end, after we got the ball coming out of the half, we probably would be up at the end of that drive 28-13. And the game would, we'd just be relaxing. Because look at how well the offense moved at the beginning of this game. The offense continued to move. Like I said, Why are they dropping the ball? Darius Slayton's extension is not coaching. But again, I do believe that the overall problem with the team is coaching, because you shouldn't be averaging 80 yards in penalties. But today, if Jaxson Dart does not fumble the ball because nobody's touching him, if he does not drop the ball, Scatterboo doesn't drop the ball and they get returned for a touchdown, and if Slayton doesn't fumble the ball, we win the game. Like I said, the coaching, they deserve blame for the penalties and for the for Deonte Banks being on the field and all of that stuff. But to be in a situation where guys are fumbling the ball 3 different times when your offense is literally moving up and down the field, I mean, like, I just like to call things for what I'm seeing. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say that I think Brian Daboll should be back next year and their coaching is like, but I do like to call things for how I see it and call things like straight down the middle. We have to sit here. They have to lean on a rookie running back because Tyrone Tracy is hurt. That's not that bad, man. Cam Scatterboo today got 15 carries and 6 catches. That's like 20. He's getting like 23 carries a game, 23 touches a game. That's not too many carries. It's not too many touches. But I want to go to the end of this half, the end of this second quarter. We get the ball. They miss the field goal. Jaxson Dart throws an incomplete pass, and then he throws a complete pass for 14 yards. He gets pushed out of bounds, and we're right there at the New Orleans 44. We then complete a pass to Darius Slayton for 9 yards, which puts us in field goal range. Nice. The coaching put them into the situation, and they dropped the ball. Darius Slayton fumbles the ball at the 32-yard line, and we lose points right there. Then we come out of the half. The Giants' offense get drawn up a couple of good plays. Theo Johnson, not many yards right there. Next play, 6 yards for Slayton. Next play, 5 yards. Next play, 2. Next play, 7. Next play, 3. We're back in New Orleans territory at the New Orleans 43. Jaxson Dart takes off and drops the ball. You're telling me that Brian Daboll is coaching Jaxson Dart to drop the ball? You're telling me that Mike Kafka and Shea Tierney are saying, Jackson, when you run, make sure that you hold the ball away from your body and drop it. Make sure you put butter on your gloves and drop it. That's what we're saying? That's not coaching, Giants fan. The 53-man roster is decided by the general manager. The roster is decided by the general manager. The 53-man roster is decided. I know a lot of times they try to say the coach is going to have to trim this. The roster is decided by the 53-man, by the GM, which is why Jalen Hyatt and Evan Neal and Deonte Banks are still on the roster. That's why they're still on the roster, because the GM drafted them. And then you get the ball back. You get the ball back in quarter 3. And the Giants have let's count this. They get the ball with 6 minutes left. I think I missed the Scatterboo fumble. I'm missing a Scatterboo fumble. Let's see. Okay. So the Giants get the ball at the 6-minute mark in the third quarter. 6 minutes, 49 seconds. They go 8 yards, 3 yards, 1 yard, 2 yards, 12 yards, 2 yards, 5, 10, 4, 7, 3. So at this point, guess what? You're at the 12-yard line. You're at the 12-yard line. What do you expect? What do you expect from these coaches besides to put these players in positions to win? They got them down to the 12-yard line, and Scatterboo coughed up the ball, and they returned it for a touchdown. That's not coaching. That's just not coaching. And like I said, I gotta call things how I see it. I'm not going to just come on here and just say, I'm not saying by unfortunate events. I'm saying we lost because the players couldn't hold on to the ball. They couldn't hold on to the ball. If you get coached, right, and you're playing in a basketball game and you go out and you have an open shot because the coach drew it up for you to get a wide open three to win the game and you missed the three, that's the coach's fault? I just want to know. The coach can only put you in a position to execute. The coach can't jump on the field and make sure they secure the ball. I'm just saying accountability has to be taken. Like, these players fumbled the ball. Accountability has to be taken, man. Accountability has to be taken. It's just that simple. And the Broncos just held on and beat the Eagles 21-17. So the Eagles are coming in 4-1. They lost their first game. But like I said, man, I'm not trying to that's on the GM though. I don't understand why you're just focusing on coaching, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the coaching is flawless. I'm saying the coaching today did not lose the game. The GM puts together the roster. Like, the GM is literally who builds the roster. Today, coaching did not lose the game. It's just that simple, man. Like, it's just that simple. Darius Slayton had two hands on the ball, and he separated the ball from him because he tried to make a play. Scatterboo had two hands on the ball, and it got punched out. That's how many fumbles did the Giants even have this year? Giants fumbles. Because if I look this up and I'm just like forgetting things and all of a sudden we've had like 7 fumbles this year, the Giants have lost 1 fumble this year. The Giants have lost 1 fumble this year. And they didn't even lose that. Russell Wilson fumbled once this year. Russell Wilson, the guy who's not playing right now, fumbled once this year before this game. So now all of a sudden, these guys forgot how to hold on to the ball. When they've been trying to take the ball out of our hands the whole year, now all of a sudden coaching is different this week. They told them, make sure you put one hand on the ball this week. The coach has a say on who goes on the team, 100%. But the coach does not build the team. The coach doesn't build the team. You can't look at the roster and say this is coaching. Like, the roster is... The coaching says that Cam Scatterboo is the most productive player on the team. So I'm going to lean on Cam Scatterboo. You're leaning on a running back, not him adding to the team. Literally only defending on him. Oh, sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice, man. Give me a second. I want to make sure I'm understanding your comment. So, not him adding to the team, literally only defending on him once. Again, not setting your players up for success. The coaching is Malik Neighbors is out. Every time I hand the ball off to Scatterboo, I get 4 to 5 yards. Why would you stop doing that? Why would you stop doing that? And that makes more sense. You said depending. Why would you go away from Cam Scatterboo when he's getting you 4 or 5 yards almost every time? Why would you do that? And again, he got 25. He got 23 touches. 23 touches today. That's not too many touches. Like, you don't say I'm not going to use players because they're a rookie. You don't just say, like, I'm going to bench Cam Scatterboo and just, like, let's go with Devin Singletary and just, like, let's go forward with Singletary because Scatterboo has too many touches. We had things to compliment him. Tyrone Tracy's shoulder is dislocated and Malik Neighbors is tore his ACL. Scatterboo was not the focal point of this team when Tyrone Tracy and Malik Neighbors were healthy. This was a 50-50 split with Tyrone Tracy. Tracy was breaking off 12-yard runs, getting yards, and then he dislocated his shoulder. He got his shoulder dislocated. And then Malik Neighbors tore his ACL. At that point, you're missing Malik Neighbors. You're missing Tracy. Scatterboo is your best offensive weapon. He is. Why would you not use Scatterboo at that point? Like, you're taking all of the accountability off of the players. You're not giving the players any accountability for fumbling the ball. He didn't. I could see if Scatterboo had 38 carries. Saquon Barkley had like 30 plus carries for like weeks on end. It was getting out of hand. Scatterboo had 16 carries today and 6 catches. He had 15 carries today on 6 catches. I mean, what would you rather Scatterboo had 8 carries today? And we just say, okay, let's run the ball through Bo Collins and let's let Bo Collins, be Malik Neighbors today. The depth on this roster is not as good as it should be, and the man to blame for that is Joe Shane. And wait a second, let's see. That's what I'm saying. This is not a coaching issue. Like that's not a coaching issue, and it's not necessarily a GM issue. That's not even the biggest thing. And not saying that the GM put us in a good position. What I'm saying is the biggest reason that Scatterboo is not your best weapon is because your best weapon tore his ACL. Your best weapon, who probably maybe single-handedly wins us this game today because this Saints defense stinks. Your best weapon tore his ACL. That's the reason you put Dart out there, because he had Malik Neighbors. Your second best weapon after that is probably Scatterboo, and that's not a bad thing because Scatterboo is getting you consistent positive yardage. As a coach, the number one thing. Thank you, Giants fan. That's all I wanted from you. That's GM and coaching. That's all I wanted. It's GM and coach, and it's not GM and coaching. It's GM and the coach. But coaching is coaching on the football field. But the GM is to blame. The GM is definitely to blame. What they should have done is added to the wide receiver position. They spent a bag on defense, and the defensive line. Defensive line is fine. They're doing their thing. But the defensive backfield, the cornerbacks, and the safety are not playing to their contracts. And on top of that, on top of them not playing to their deals, I mean, what would have been your other alternatives? That's the other thing, is like you go out and get a Debo and you go out and get Holland, but they had to sign a cornerback and a safety. Maybe you go out and sign a lesser cornerback and safety. But at the end of the day, the fact that they didn't address the wide receiver position, and at the end of this final 53-man roster cut, Bo Collins and Jalen Hyatt were both on the roster, goes to show you what's going on. What's going on? Like, and I agree with you right here. I agree with you. It's going to be either him or Cam getting the ball. But guess what? It's also a trickle-down effect. Because when Malik is on the field, you start to see Wan'Dale start to get involved because they're not crunched down in Wan'Dale's range. Like, I kind of disagree right there because I think Wan'Dale was much more involved when Malik was in the game. But I agree with you. Abdul, Malik, and Illuminor. Illuminor's a good signing, definitely. Yeah, man, Holland is definitely coming off his worst season. And Holland has not been the fact that you let Xavier McKinney walk because you don't want to pay him $16 million, and then you come in and pay somebody else $16 million. that goes to show you. That goes to show you for sure. Because the fact that you don't want to pay McKinney $16 million, and then you say, "Oh, I messed up, I screwed it up, so now I'm going to pay Holland that." a guy who's not anywhere close to as good as Xavier McKinney, doesn't tackle like McKinney, doesn't cover like McKinney, doesn't do anything as good as McKinney, and you're going to pay him the $16 million. Like that's a joke right there. That's a joke right there. But all I'm saying is I don't disagree with you. I don't think the coaches overall are doing a good job. I don't think that the GM has done a good job. But today, them holding on to the ball, the players, they deserve some blame. Them holding on to the ball wins us the game. It's just that simple. Like, if they hold on to the football, especially Dart, and he didn't even get the ball punched out. He just drops the ball. Like A.D. Mitchell. Colts fans aren't blaming the coaches because A.D. Mitchell switched hands and held the ball up to celebrate and fumbled it out of the back of the end zone, and the Colts lost last week. Colts fans aren't blaming their coaches for that. Like, you just got to call a spade when the guy is dropping the ball and when the guys are fumbling. Those are errors. Those are errors on those players, and they got to hold on to the ball. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, we had 2 dump offs to Wan'Dale, but guess what? And this is I think where we're disagreeing. They didn't throw it to Wan'Dale, but if you look at the offense was not having any issues moving. You don't go away from what's working. The number one thing I feel like a football coach is going to do every single time is they're not going to go away from what's working. The Giants had I can't wait until I pull up all of these. I'm going to probably have to chart all of this stuff because this will take a long time. But the Giants had sustained drives over and over and over again. Over and over and over again, they had sustained drives. So they had their first punt in the second quarter after going 2 straight touchdown drives. And then they got the ball back and they went, they got the ball back and immediately went 30 yards in 2 plays and then fumbled. And then they got the ball back and went another 40 yards and then fumbled. Cam Scadaboo's fumble was at the 12-yard line. Like, Cam Scadaboo's fumble was literally at the 12. So to say that the offense wasn't, I could understand if Wan'Dale didn't get a target until, later on. And then all of a sudden, the offense just couldn't move the ball. But we moved the ball into the red zone all day long. So why would you say, oh, I need to get Wan'Dale involved when Cam Scadaboo is literally giving you 4 yards every time, 5 yards. He's going to get tackled for -2 and he makes a guy miss, or he breaks off of a guy and he gets you 6. Why would you go away from that? The offense is moving. You don't go away from what's making the offense move to get cute to try to get the ball to Wan'Dale. Let's see. I seen Cam asking for his gloves. Man, I don't want to hear that, man. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying I don't want to hear Cam Scadaboo on the sideline yelling about his gloves. And unless I guess he probably was asking for new gloves and they wouldn't give it to him. And if so, then that's an equipment staff issue, which you could say is maybe a coaching issue if we hear that Cam Scadaboo had been asking about it. But, that's more of an equipment staff kind of thing. But you just can't fumble. Like, interceptions are one thing. Those to me are much more forced than fumbling in the red zone. You say you think the Giants are supposed to kick the field goal, the onside kick on 4th and 9. I don't think they trust their kicker, which you could say is a coaching issue or a GM issue, because, they didn't have a plan for if Gano was going to get hurt in his advanced age. But the thing is, it didn't stall. That's the problem. Like, that's the problem is it didn't stall. We just went away from holding on to the ball. And yeah, nobody thinks we're a good team at this point. That's why we're all in this situation. That's why Dart is playing. If this was a good team, Russell Wilson would be able to sit back there and carve up teams. He would still be playing. But the problem is, like, they just got to hold on to the ball today. And I mean, if we win that game, if we win this game today, because I don't think this game makes us a worse or better team, because they look like how I thought they would look, which is they're a better team than the Saints. The Saints are awful, but we allowed the Saints to win because we fumbled 3 times. And when we weren't fumbling, at the end of the game, and we had that outside shot to get back into the game, we started, getting penalties from Illuminor, which is uncharacteristic. But next week, we would have probably had the same result. Whatever is going to happen next week with the Eagles is probably going to happen regardless. Because the Eagles are a much more sound team than us. And they just are much more sound from top to bottom. And like I said, to me, I would say the biggest problem with this team is Joe Shane. And then after that, it's Brian Dable. And then, sometimes the players just do a horrible job executing. Like Tyler Nubin. Just a horrible job a ton of times. Misses tackles. Bobby Okereke a lot of times misses tackles. Roy Robertson Harris, the coach that I wanted to get fired a couple weeks ago. Shane Bowen, schemes up Roy Robertson Harris on a stunt to go get the quarterback, and Roy Robertson Harris just jumps by him. He just like dives past him. Like he just sometimes you get dumb plays from players. But like I said, overall, is this team, am I going to go out of this game saying this team is well coached? No, because they had 90 yards in penalties today. Because of a lot of other reasons I'm bringing up. But even with the job from the coaches that we got today, which had mistakes, the biggest problem with this game today was that we had young players and Darius Slayton making bad mistakes. But my biggest thing is this. I don't want to keep on repeating myself. We just are saying the same thing over and over again. My biggest thing is this. What receiver are we going to bring in? Because I said, I think probably on Twitter, I said on a couple of days on Twitter, I was glad because we were hearing that Lil Jordan Humphrey was going to be elevated. Lil Jordan Humphrey gives us an actual, I'm not saying he's a second receiver or a third receiver or a first. He's not. But he gives us a guy that can actually run routes and at times can get open. Bo Collins doesn't give us that. Jalen Hyatt doesn't give us that. They can't run routes in the NFL. So that's one guy that could help us out. Isaiah Hodgins can run routes in the NFL. That could possibly help us out. Odell Beckham can definitely run routes even at this stage in his career. So we're going to have to bring in a receiver or two because not only is Darius Slayton's hamstring messed up, also we have not only is Darius Slayton's hamstring messed up, also we got shown how ineffective Bo Collins and Hyatt are. They're not adding anything to the team, especially Hyatt, because Hyatt doesn't even play special teams. Like, Hyatt doesn't even play special teams. Do you understand what's going to happen? And O-Dog is completely right. And I try to stay optimistic. And, if we won this game, I probably would be more optimistic because I'm like, we 2 games in a row. We're doing our thing. But the problem is, even if we had won today, next week we're going to go against the Eagles. And the Eagles are going to be able to just play us straight up. They're going to be able to stop the run for the most part, much better than this team can. And they're going to be able to play us straight up. And they're going to be able to take away all of our wide receivers. Oh, my God. They're going to be able to take away all of our wide receivers. And more often than not, Jaxson Dart isn't going to have anywhere to go with the ball. And the Broncos can just play straight man coverage. Straight man coverage, or straight man coverage, or play cover one. And we're not going to have any issues. They're not going to have any issues checking our people. Yeah, I mean, OBJ is washed, definitely. And like I said, you're not going to get, no receiver that you're going to go out there and get right now off the waiver wire or off any practice squad is going to save the team. That's not going to save the offense. So I'm saying Odell is a much better receiver than the guys that we have behind Wandale and Slayton because he can actually run the full route tree. He doesn't give you much over the top, doesn't give you much anything over the top, but can still separate in the short area and can catch. The same thing with Humphrey. He's not going to give you much over the top besides, those occasional times where he can use his body. And, he can at least run the slants for you. He's shown in the NFL that he can catch passes and in the NFL. He's done it. He has a 200-something yard season, 290-something yard season, which isn't much. But again, as a back end of the roster player, he's shown you that he can run the timing of an NFL offense. He can catch the ball. He can be in and out of his breaks and be reliable. And that's all you need at this point because you don't have that from Bo Collins or Jalen Hyatt. Because today, Jaxson Dart threw 2 interceptions today. One was on 4th down where Jaxson Dart basically just had to throw it up. He had no choice, and he's not Russell Wilson, so he didn't just say, I'm just going to make sure I don't throw an interception. He threw one on 4th down because he had to make something happen. And then the second one, he threw because, and why is my mind just completely blank? The second one he threw because Bo Collins was running a slant and he didn't run the slant. Bo Collins breaks off the line and then just turns around and looks at the quarterback. And it's like, oh, why is Kool-Aid jumping on that route like that? Like, he's like, why is Kool-Aid? Like, he just watched the dude just cut in front of him and catch the interception. So you got to have somebody that can play wide receiver in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, you got to have somebody out there that can play wide receiver in the NFL because you have an undrafted free agent rookie that really at best is a developmental piece. And then you have a guy who has shown time and time again that he cannot deal with press coverage and he cannot run routes to save his life. He just can't do it. So they're going to have to bring in, I'm guessing it's going to be Odell, it's going to be Hodgins, one of the two. But this week, you'll probably see Lil Jordan Humphrey get elevated. And again, this is why they should have been working somebody out last week because nobody is going to get signed and play on Thursday, besides maybe Hodgins, because Hodgins knows the offense. But other than that, you're not going to really sign anybody that's going to be ready to play on Thursday. That's way too quick. And, even if we did get Hodgins, he has no chemistry with Jaxson Dart. So they're not going to be on the same page by Thursday. But yeah, I mean, after this, you're not going to see anybody get fired because, I mean, the ownership is going to look at this and say players have got to hold on to the ball. You're not going to see anybody get fired. I don't think you're going to see anybody get fired unless against the Eagles, the score is like 50-something to nothing. I could see maybe that happening, but even then, I think they're going to give Brian Daboll a good 6 to 10 weeks with Jaxson Dart, and it could be as little as 6, could be as little as 5, could be, as much as the rest of the season. But I think they're going to give Daboll a lot of time with Jaxson Dart, and they're going to see what happens. Let's see. Looked so good early on. What happened? Yeah, they just got to hold on to the ball. That's what happened. I mean, listen, they got to hold on to the ball. Anytime you fumble 3 times in a game, it's going to be difficult to win it. And like I said, if this starts to become a trend where the Giants just are fumbling every week, then at that point, I say it's a coaching issue. And they have got to coach these guys better to hold on to the ball. But, I mean, right now, it's just these players didn't execute well. Tyler Newman on one of these coverages, he has inside help, and he jumps forward. He jumps inside aggressively and then gives up an 87-yard touchdown. Like, he jumps forward aggressively, jumps inside when he's supposed to have outside leverage, and he gives up a touchdown. But, yeah, like I said, the offense moved the ball up and down the field. all day long, and they just start dropping the ball. And yeah, that's just a shame, man. Slayton dropped a deep pass, and then he dropped let me see. He dropped a deep pass, and then he literally fumbled the ball after that. So but on top of that, man, like, I'm upset about these defensive players because they should have gotten more pressure, because they got pressure on Rattler. I would say the first quarter and a half, they were all over him. Yes, that's exactly what you do. I'm not saying like, oh, the rookies, they need to be cut, but yes, they dropped the ball. Yes, that's what they did. Like, I'm not going to blame Brian Dable for leaning on the best player, on the most effective player he had at that point. That makes no sense. Why Brian Dable was not going to go away from giving the ball to Scatterboo? Like, he's not going to. He's not going to go. That's just not going to happen, man. I don't know what you wanted him to do. Malik Neighbors in this game, the Giants win this game pretty easily. Like, it's like saying that the Chargers coaches are a disaster because the offensive line collapsed last week after they had like 4 guys get hurt. It's like that's what bad players do when everybody gets hurt. That's what rookies do when guys get hurt and everything's on them, is they start to get shaky. And that's what we knew as soon as these rookies got in there. So, I mean, it just is what it is. I'm not saying the rookies deserve to be nailed to the stake, but I am saying that they fumbled the ball, and you're going to see them take accountability after the game. And that's the most annoying thing, though. That's the most annoying thing, is that Saints fans are puffing out their chest when they just got just the most, like, we literally handed them a W. Like, we literally dropped the W on the ground and said, take it. Dropped it on the ground with Dart, dropped it on the ground with Slayton, and then dropped it on the ground, and they took it back for 6, and they beat us by 12 points on 3 fumbles. So it's like, they're going to be happy about that. So now the all-time series with the Saints is officially tied. But, it is what it is there. 2 rookies and Slayton, can't blame the players for being who they are. You can. I mean, you can. Slayton has had a drops issue, but he hasn't had a fumbling issue. He hasn't had a fumbling issue. So it's just the players can just go out there and just that Jaxson Dart can just go out and just play horribly and just make all types of mistakes, and he's never going to be held accountable. I'm not going to do that, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that Scatterboo got too many touches and I'm dependent on Scat. That's why you draft players, is you depend on them. That's like saying that the Commanders are a horribly run franchise because they depended on Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. Not Jaden. Like, did the Commanders not depend on Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin last year? So let's say Terry McLaurin would have torn his ACL last year. Then they're dependent on Noah Brown as their number 1 wide receiver. So are the Commanders a horribly run franchise? They went to the NFC Championship last year because they both stayed healthy. Like, you're not going to say that rookies are going to make mistakes, but rookies have to be held accountable too. The Commanders put their entire franchise in Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin's hands last year, and they had no backup plan. And the backup plan, it worked because they didn't get hurt. You're comparing not many teams there's about 3 or 4 teams in the league that could have their number 1 weapon get hurt and a starting running back get hurt and there's a couple of teams in the league, only a couple of teams in the league that are still going to be a good team. Didn't say Dart was JD. Didn't say that. Definitely didn't say that. What I said is that they depended on a rookie. Didn't you just say that? They depended on Scatterboo too much. And that's their problem, is they depended on a rookie, and the rookie came through. You're not going to be sitting there going away from what works. I don't know what to tell you. They just beat the Chargers last week with these two at the forefront. And what is Malik Neighbors? Is Malik Neighbors not as good as Terry McLaurin? Do you say Malik Neighbors, he's in his second year, so I can't depend on him? How do you build a team? You have to think about what you're saying. You got to think about what you're saying. The Eagles became a good team because they drafted players that played for them. The Giants are not going to all of a sudden just make a super team and then just draft rookies next year. That's not going to happen. You have to actually build the team. Like, you have to actually build the team. You can't say that the Giants can't depend on. Then who are they going to depend on? If a new GM comes here next year and they draft somebody, are we not going to want to see that first round player come in? I mean, how do you build a team if you don't depend on rookies? Everybody depends on rookies but the Eagles. And the only time the Eagles don't depend on rookies is when they draft a defensive lineman. Tell me what happens last year if Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean have a bunch of rookie mistakes and they're terrible. Did the Eagles win the Super Bowl if Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean stink? Because what else did they have back there in the secondary? What else did they have back there that would have been at the same level as them? If Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell came out there and stunk up the place the whole season, would Eagles fans be saying, we don't draft, we depended on two rookies? Well, they probably would be, but that's because they're a contender. But Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean came and saved the Eagles secondary. They had a washed Darius Slay, and that's about it. I do agree with that. Shane does a lot of Band-Aid fixes, but this year is literally them drafting to build. Is it not? You draft to develop players to build. I mean, with Scatterboo and Dart specifically, like I said, you're not going to get me to say, oh, Shane's doing a great job, extend him. And Dave was doing a great. I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is literally how you build a team is you have to depend on rookies at some point. I mean, do you not have to depend on rookies? The rookies did they not give a Rookie of the Year award? I mean, I'm confused right there. Emotional after the last Giants. We're going to do anything. I think you're saying emotional after the last game. The Giants were going to do anything. This is about developing the quarterback and young players. That's what I'm saying. It's about developing the team. Like, you got to develop these players. You got to play them. And if it's working, if they're doing something that's working, which worked all day, we moved the ball up and down the field all day, you're not going to say they're young players, so, I shouldn't be doing this. But, yeah, I mean, we're talking in circles. I do 100% believe that the Giants should have addressed the receiver position this offseason. And I do 100% believe that being in a situation where both Bo Collins and Jalen Hyatt make the team is a bad situation. They should have done better there. But today, that'll be my last word on it. These guys got to hold on to the ball. It's just that simple. We're 1-16 in the last 17 games. That's pitiful. That's pitiful. I think what you're saying right here is pretty much that we're a bad team, and I don't think anybody here disagrees with you. I mean, we all agree that the roster isn't good. Let's see. missing anything else? So I'm going to probably try to get this video uploaded. Dable can't have his team implode like that. Dart was looking like Josh Allen in his first half. Yeah, man. Like I said, it's just unforced errors and forced errors that really mess this up. We'll see what they do this offseason. I'm back on the train of I never really lost it. I think we're going to probably be moving on this offseason from the GM. Hopefully we're moving forward from the GM, because it seems like they love Joe Shane, and they're going to get rid of Dable and keep Joe Shane, which to me is a very dumb thing to do, because I don't think either one of these two are good, but I think that Joe Shane is the worst of the two, because the guy's roster building. I mean, look at what he's done. You know, he spent his time getting rid of players so he could replace them. Like, you let McKinney walk for $16 million. You pay Javon Holland $16 million. You let Saquon walk for at that point that was like $14 million or $13 million. You let Saquon walk for $14 or $13 million, and then you played Devin Singletary, I think, like $10 million, something ridiculous, something like $8 to $10 million, something like that. And then you have to draft two more rookies to replace what you didn't get from Singletary and what you didn't get because Saquon is gone. You let Julian Love walk because he had an opportunity to go shop in free agency, and then he brought the deal back to Joe Shane and he let him walk. So then you draft Tyler Nubin. So then you have two safeties that are worse than the two safeties that you had when you got here. And you moved around all these resources for that. And then you get rid of Leo, which is fine. That was a good move. He got rid of Leo, but he replaced that with an edge rusher that's leading the league in sacks right now, so that's fine. But there's a lot of just questionable things he's done. There's a lot of questionable things he's done where it's like you get rid of the biggest things is McKinney and Saquon. The biggest thing, and I was a supporter of that, but I'm not a GM, so it just is what it is. I was a supporter moving on from Saquon. The McKinney thing is like, why get rid of him? I understood the McKinney thing that he did because I'm thinking this guy just doesn't value the safety position. He thinks that you can be solid and not value the safety position. That's what he thinks. So he's not going to pay a safety $16-17 million because he doesn't value the position. But then the next offseason, he pays a safety $16-17 million. So that means you do value the position. So it's like, I mean, at that point, you wasted money on a player that would have been an all-pro player, and you just got rid of him for no reason, basically, because he got hit on an ATV and they were character issues that don't interfere with him becoming an all-pro last year and leading the league in interceptions. A lot of these moves, man, Josh Azudu, a lot of these moves have been bad. And then Brian Dable, don't get me started there with the development of these players. Again, guys like Josh Azudu, who was drafted, we were told he was drafted to become a guard here. And he doesn't play guard until this year. And then they say, oh, Josh Azudu looks good at guard this year. Why didn't Josh Azudu get any reps, any significant time at guard until his fourth year, where he basically is already a draft bust? Why didn't he get any time at guard until this year? And then, of course, he's hurt again. Evan Neal, I mean, that's self-explanatory. It's just Wan'Dale Robinson over George Pickens because you're scared of character stuff. It's just a lot of questionable things he did, and it seems like the Giants' ownership loves Joe Shane. And every time we start to hear about them cleaning house, it always involves moving on from Dable and letting Joe Shane shop to go find another head coach. It's like, why would we allow this dude to go and pick his own head coach only to fire him a year later? and then say, oh, the coach only got 1 year, so he's going to have to be there and we're going to have to force a GM to work with him. So if they can people at the end of the season, it needs to be both of them. It needs to be both of them. They both got to go. But yeah, Shane has made a lot of issues. And like I said, people crowned him for that draft class last year. That draft class was not. Let me pull it up again, because Theo Johnson is starting to look solid. But let me pull up and I'm going to drop after this so I can get this video uploaded. But I want to look at the New York Giants 2024 draft class, because people just say it just like was so life-changing. Malik Neighbors, that's a home run. Andrew Phillips, sometimes it looks like a home run. Sometimes it looks like, you never know. But I'll say, maybe he ends up being a good player. Theo Johnson, the jury's out. Big body. Hopefully he becomes a nice red zone target. But my biggest issue with this draft is that we had a second-round pick, and this second-round pick got used to take Tyler Nubin. I mean, we got Tracy, so I will say that was a pretty solid draft for how guys are starting to bounce back a little bit. But the fact that we had a second-round pick and decided to take Tyler Nubin, and the biggest reason that we took Tyler Nubin is because we let Xavier McKinney walk. So that means like you do value the safety position. So why did you let him walk? Let me tell you this. Tyler Nubin, right here. Tyler Nubin got drafted before A.D. Mitchell, Javon Bullard. You got... This is a bad couple of rounds, but you got Cooper Beebe. You got, and I try to not go too far down because, yeah. So I don't actually see many like standout players, but Mikey Stanger still was a couple picks after that. That was a nice pick. And then that would have changed us with the Drew Phillips pick. But just the fact that you get that out of a second round player, and shout out to KB. Just the fact that you get that type of production out of a second-round player and that level of play, he's not going to get better, people. Tyler Nubin is a safety that probably runs a 4.7. He ran a 4.65, but he's probably a 4.7 on the field, and he's not going to get any better in coverage. You're going to see some nice hits. He hit Alvin Kamara pretty good, so you better hope that Tyler Nubin starts injuring players like that and taking them out of the game, because that's the best value you're going to get. He can't cover. He was decent in tackling last year, but now the guy is missing tackles like crazy, taking horrible angles. So he's not a good player. And that was a second-round pick. Like, that was literally a second-round pick. So, I mean, we gotta do better here. We gotta get some wide receiver. I don't understand why we've... That 100%, he ran a 4.65. Yeah, I liked the Theo pick when we made it, but I'm liking it less and less as I see him play, because he doesn't look near as athletic as his numbers are, or as he looked on tape. So we'll see, but I hated the Nubin pick. It's just, man, like, what are we doing? Why does Malik Neighbors, and then like I think this is where we all agree, why does Malik Neighbors getting hurt put you in a situation where you have to put Jalen Hyde and Bo Collins on the field? Why? Why are Jalen Hyde and Bo Collins even on the roster? Like, we literally pushed guys on the roster that did nothing. Bo Collins made catches in t-shirts and shorts. And one catch. And we just move forward with that. Dude is terrible, man. I mean, listen, people get mad when people call players terrible. Obviously, I'm not a better safety than Tyler Nubin. Duh. I don't play in the NFL. Duh. I don't play in college. Of course. Of course. But at the same time, you can evaluate a player and say that the player ain't good, and by the NFL standards, is not a good player. Yes, I'm going to say it. But yeah, like I said, we're here 4 hours. Longest stream of the season. Just a frustrating loss. We should have come out with a 10-point victory, but because of 3 fumbles, we come out as a 12-point losers. This is a game, again, we could have put up probably 30 plus points if we don't turn the ball over. But, you live and you learn. Young players make mistakes. And we'll be out here on Thursday in Philly hoping to just make it a game. And I'll just close out with these last 2 comments. Apart from Neighbors, all of our other receivers will be either third string or practice squad members on any other NFL team. Wan'Dale is too short. He'd be a nice third receiver. If Wan'Dale was our third receiver, that'd be fine. But him being the second option here is not sustainable. He drops too many passes, and they don't even get registered as drops when they go back and look at it, because it's like he literally didn't have a lot of shots because his arm span is so short. So the simplest passes to catch are difficult catches for him. And yeah, it's just a shame there. And then let's take a look here. Theo's production was low in college, but his attributes got him drafted. Yeah, I mean, he was the guy behind Tyler Warren. He was doing a ton of blocking, doing all of the dirty work. He's got a ton of athletic attributes, but he is not a guy that it doesn't always show up. So, he had a couple of nice plays last year. He had a nice play in the preseason. Of course, he had a nice catch today. So he's got athleticism, and I think he can at least be a nice red zone target this year. It looks like he's going to have a decent season there. And that's a nice use of a 4th-round pick. But, I mean, I wouldn't say he's gonna be a star, which is what I thought he could be when we first drafted him. I don't think he's going to be a star. And I think Montrell Washington 100% should have been elevated. I don't think he wanted to be on our practice squad, but he should have been elevated. Because, again, he's clearly a better receiver than Hyatt and Bo Collins. They don't even know what they're doing out there. But I'm going to wrap it up, folks. Get this uploaded. And you all have a great rest of your Sunday. And hopefully it's a lot better than what you've watched. And hopefully you get to see some entertaining football without the stress of this team. Because I'm not going to say I'm really angry about this, but just kind of disappointed. Like I said, we should have left with the win.